We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 at SEEK of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I am welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the ABC board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen is participating today, and her response will be presented in the chat. And so Ms. Hansen is present today. Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 7 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, this is our protest hearing status calendar, case number 22PRO00027, Easy Company, license number 120622. Good morning, Ms. Foshbon. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Good morning. Please stand by. Edward Daniels, your rights have been elevated. Sidon Johannes, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Could I have the parties please spell and state their name for the record, starting with you, Ms. Johannes?
Good morning. Sidon Johannes on behalf of the applicant, and that's SIDON YOHANNES.
And Ms. Johannes, is the applicant participating this morning?
No, he's not.
Thank you. Mr. Daniels, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, and who do you represent, sir?
Sure, thank you. Edward Daniels, chair of ANC 6D. That's EDWARD DANIELS.
Good morning, Mr. Daniels. Ms. Johannes, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, none for the applicant.
Do you have any preliminary matters, Mr. Daniels?
No.
This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on July 13th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Would the parties wish for me to read the instructions for a protest hearing if this matter goes forward to a protest hearing? Or are the parties familiar with the process?
I believe we are familiar with the process.
All
Yeah,
right, thank you.
familiar with the process. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Daniels. I just wanted then, the only part of it that I'll remind both parties, if this matter goes to a protest hearing 7 days before the hearing, your PIP must be disclosed to the other party and also to Abra Legal. If you have any questions during that process, you can reach out to Miss Imani Moreland in our office, and her phone number is 202-442-6942. And the board supports settlement agreements because when there is a settlement agreement, it says that both parties are happy. If the board has to make a determination, which we will if we have to, then one side might be happy and the other side might be unhappy. So that's one of the reasons why the board supports the parties coming to some type of agreement. Anyway, if this matter is not settled, we'll see you then at a protest hearing on July 13th at 1:30 p.m. Have a good day. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00029 Pearl Dive Oyster Palace Blackjack, license number 85382. And Ms. Foshman, can you please elevate the rights of the protestant in this case, please?
Ryan Romanovsky, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Morning.
All right, good morning, Good morning, everybody. Miss Yohannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Yes, Sidon Yohannes here on behalf of the licensee, and that's SIDONYOHANNES.
Good morning, Ms. Yohannes. Will the licensee be participating this morning?
No, you will not.
All right, thank you. Mr. Romanensky, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case, please?
Yes, hi, I'm Brian Romanowski. It's BRIAN, last name ROMANOWSKI, and I am the ANC Commissioner for ANC 2F01, and I'm representing ANC 2F.
All right, good morning, sir. Are there any preliminary matters, Ms. Yohannes?
No preliminary matters.
Mr. Romanensky, on the part of the ANC, are there any preliminary matters, sir?
No.
All right, if this matter is not settled, this matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Are the parties familiar with the process, or do they need for me to read the instructions for a protest hearing?
We're familiar.
Yeah.
I just want to remind both parties that if this matter goes to a protest hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties are required to submit the PIF to the other side and to Abra Legal. If the PIF is not submitted, the board, unless the board might prohibit the other side from introducing documents and witnesses if that has not been shared 7 days prior to the hearing. If you have any questions leading up to the hearing, please contact Ms. Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942 for assistance. Again, the board supports settlement agreements. If the parties are unable to settle this matter, we do support it. But if the parties are unable to settle this matter, then we'll see you on August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. for the protest hearing. Thank you very much and have a great day.
Thank you.
All right, our next protest hearing status case is case number 22 PRO 00028 National Union Building, license number 120514. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the protestant in this case, please?
Ashley Steinberg, your rights have been elevated. That is all.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Ms. Johannes, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Sidon Johannes on behalf of the licensee or the applicant. That's SIDONYOHANNES.
Ms. Johannes, will the applicant be participating in this matter this morning, ma'am?
No, she will not.
All right, thank you. Ms. Steinberg, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Sure. Ashley Steinberg, ASHLEY STEINBERG, and I'm one of the group of 5 or more from the building next door.
All right, thank you. Is Miss Johannes, who is protesting this matter?
It is just a group of 5 or more.
Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, thank you. All right, are there, Ms. Johannes, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, not for the applicant.
And Ms. Steinberg, are there any preliminary matters in this
No.
case?
No,
All right,
thank you.
if this matter then is not this matter says that there's a protest hearing on July 27th, but that's not. Oh, well, yeah, we're still in June. I don't know why I believe that we're in July. All right, I'm sorry. This matter then is scheduled for a protest hearing on July 27th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. if this matter is not settled. Are both parties aware of the protest procedures, or do I need to review them for the parties?
Unfortunately, we are familiar with them.
All right, thank you, Ms. Steinberg, and I know that Ms. Johannes is. So therefore, I just want to remind both parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to submit your PIP to the applicant and also to Abra Legal. And just to remind you that if the PIP is not provided to the other party and to the agency, that the board might prohibit you from relying on documents and witnesses that has not been disclosed unless good cause is shown why the PIP was not done. If you have any questions, if either party have any questions and concerns during the period, you are welcome to call Ms. Imani Moreland at 202-442-6942. The board supports settlement agreements. So if the parties are able to settle this matter, we do support the parties settling matters. If this matter then is not settled, then we will see you on July 27th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. for the protest hearing. Thanks for being here this morning and have a great day.
Thank you very much.
You
Thank
too.
All right, the next case on our calendar is case number 22PRO00030, the Watergate Hotel, license number 91162. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee and the protestant in this case, please?
Please stand by. Stephen O'Brien, your rights have been elevated. Rena Paz, your rights have been elevated. Christine Evans, your rights have been elevated. Donna Barbish, your rights have been elevated. Cheryl Bernard, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Foshburn.
May I ask a question?
Who's speaking, please?
This is Cheryl Bernard, and I'm actually here with a group because we wanted to be sure we would successfully have connectivity. So I'm here with 4 others from my group.
That's fine, ma'am. If you have a camera, then you can turn your camera on so I can see everyone, and then I'll have everyone identify themselves for the record. All right, thank you. All right, good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, can you please spell and state your name for the record and who you represent, sir?
Stephen O'Brien for the applicant, Stephen, O''Brien.
Good morning, Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, who is the applicant? Is the applicant here this morning?
No,
All right, thank you. Now, I'm just a clarification. Is it a group protesting or so who's the protestant?
are you asking me, sir?
Yes, I'm just asking, just so
Okay,
I know.
it's the ANC 2A, and a group of 5 or more.
All right, thank you. So who is the ANC representative, please?
Good morning, that would be me. I am Donna Barbish, that's Donna, last name B as in Bravo, ARBISCH, representing 2A. I'm the commissioner from 2A04.
Good morning, Miss Barbish. Is there anyone else with you from the ANC this morning?
No, sir, that's just me.
All right, now who is the designated representative for the group?
The group of 5 or more?
Yes, ma'am, yes.
That is me, sir, Cheryl Bernard, CHERYL BENARD.
Good morning, Miss Bernard.
Hello.
And Miss Bernard, who is with you this morning, please? You can
I'll
state
just
their.
go around and
Oh,
they will introduce themselves one by one.
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Yes, this is Rich Leiby, Leiby.
And you're just state what your role is when you introduce yourself, please.
Supportive of the group.
Okay.
Okay. All right, I'm Pauline Newman, NEWMAN. I'm here, I'm a resident, owner of Watergate West and supportive of the group.
Good morning, Miss Newman.
I'm Cynthia Walker. I'm a resident of Watergate West. I'm here on behalf of the group.
Can you please spell your name, Miss Walker?
CYNTHIAWALKER.
And one of the reasons why I asked everyone to spell their name is that we have a court reporter, just to make sure that the record accurately reflects who you are. Who else do we have, please?
Yeah, hi, my name is Chantal Couturier, and I'm a owner at the Watergate West, and I'm part of the group.
How do you spell your name, please, ma'am?
So its last name is COUTURIER.
And your first name too, please, ma'am.
CHANTAL.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Is there anyone else?
Yes,
Christine
there are
Evans.
others, but they are on their own, level.
Sure. Okay, go ahead, please.
Yep, Christine Evans, CHRISTINE, last name Evans, EVANS. And I'm also part of the group and a resident in the Watergate West building.
Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Who else do we have? Anyone else?
And I'm Rena Paz, that's RINA, and then P as in Peter, AZ, and a resident and owner at Watergate West.
Good morning, Ms. Paz. Is that everyone?
It might be technically everyone because I think a few of us weren't able to log on from their devices, but I think we're okay since we have a sufficient numbers. So
well, not everyone had to be here this morning because
Yes.
you were granted standing at the roll call. So as long as you were here, Miss Bernard, then we're fine. But so if this matter goes to a hearing and if all the other parties want to testify, then they can show up at that time. But since you're granted standing at the roll call hearing, all that was required this morning is for you to be present. All right, thank you. All right, Mr. O'Brien, are there any preliminary matters in this case, please?
Not from the applicant's side.
All right. Miss Barbish, are there any preliminary matters from your side, please?
No, sir, thank you very much.
Thank you. And Miss Bernard, are there preliminary matters on your side, please? All right. All right, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on July 27th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. Hold on 1 minute, please. Okay. All right. And I just want to, so this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on July 27th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. And I just want to point out to you, Miss Bernard, just as a matter of law, if a settlement agreement is reached between the applicant and the ANC, whether or not you are a part of a settlement agreement or not, your protest will fall. I just want to let you know that that's just as a matter of law. So if the applicant was able to reach a settlement with the ANC, and if you're not a part of that settlement agreement, your protest will fall, and the board does not have the legal ability to force the party to make you a part of an agreement. It's just an FYI. I raise this because sometimes we've had cases where there are settlement agreements reached between the ANC and the licensee or the applicant, and then the protestants are coming to the board to ask the board either that they want to move forward with a hearing, or they're asking the board to force the parties to make them a part of the settlement agreement. But I just want to say to you that that's as an FYI. Mr. O'Brien is a learned counsel, so I know that whatever discussion that will occur, that he'll make you a part of whatever discussion that are occurring if the matter is going to be settled. But I just want to point that out to you. Okay, ma'am? You're on mute.
We're confident that the ANC will not throw us under the bus, so we feel represented.
Well, I'm not saying the ANC will throw you under the bus. I'm just pointing out what the law states, and
Yes,
just to make sure that you're aware as an FYI. And I'm not asking the ANC to throw you under the bus. I am just pointing out to you because I know there are a lot of Protestants on your side. Okay, that's all. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson.
You're very welcome. Are the parties familiar with the protest proceedings, the instructions, or do I need to read the instructions?
We're familiar.
We're familiar.
Thank you. All right. The board supports settlement agreement. So I do hope if the parties are able to settle this matter, that we support that, because at the end of the day, if this license is going to be, if this is a application to renew the license, that if the parties are able to reach agreement, then the building occupants will be happy, the licensee will be happy. If this matter goes to a protest hearing, one side might be happy and the other side might not be happy. And the board prefers that everyone live happily ever after moving forward. So we do support settlement agreements if this matter can be settled. But if the matter cannot be settled, we'll see you on July 27th, 2022 at 1:30 p.m. for this protest hearing. Good luck. Good luck with your discussions. And if the matter cannot be settled, we'll see you at the protest hearing. Okay?
Thank you.
Have a great day. Thank you very much. All right, we have now moved. We've now done with the portion of our protest hearing status calendar. We're now going to move on to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case on our show cause hearing status calendar is case number 22 CMP 00024 and case number 22 251 00011. These cases are canceled because the board was provided an offer in compromise that we will consider on our legal agenda later this morning. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CC 00006, Each Peach Market, license number 92449. This case has also been canceled because the board was provided a offer in compromise that we will consider later this morning on our legal agenda. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 CMP 00013, Rose Marina de Italia, license number 109613. This case has been canceled. The board approved an offer in compromise. See board order number 2022-263. We have now gotten, we're now at the end of our morning calendar, and so therefore I will now do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda, and as I stated before, Ms. Henson is participating in our hearings today. I will call, when I call for a roll call vote, she will write her vote in the chat, and I will count her vote for the final vote count. All right, so the first case on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated June 28th, 2022 for case numbers 22 CMP 00024 and 22-251-00011, DC Shenanigans license number 088119. The offer in compromise as follows. This is for case number 22-251-00011. Charge 1, allow the establishment to be used for unlawful purpose. This is a second primary tier violation within 2 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582382. There will be a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge 2, failed to follow security plan. Again, a secondary tier violation within 2 years. Second primary tier violation within 2 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 2582386. There is a $2,000 fine to be payable within 120 days, or the license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. For case number 22 CMP 00024, charge 1, operated over occupancy. It's a second primary tier violation within 2 years. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25762B1. There will be a fine of $2,000 to be paid within 120 days, or the ABC license will be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. So therefore, I make a motion that the ABC board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. I will now take a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 6-0-0. And again, Ms. Hanson has voted in favor, and her vote has been recorded in the chat. Number 2 on our legal agenda is a review of an offer in compromise in lieu of a hearing dated June 28th, 2022 for case number 21 CIT 00006, Each Peach Market, license number 092449. The offer in compromise is as follows. Charge 1, sale of alcoholic beverages to minor. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25781. There is a fine of $3,000 payable within 60 days of the board accepting the OIC. And if payment is made within 60 days, the license will be suspended until payment has been made. Additional terms, the license shall be suspended for 10 days with 4 days to be served from August 14th through August 17th. And the remaining 6 days stayed for 1 year. And all employees who serve alcoholic beverages in the licensed establishment must complete an alcohol training program within 3 months from the date of the OIC. Charge number 2, failed to take reasonable steps necessary to ascertain legal drinking age. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25783. There is a fine of $2,000 payable within 60 days of the board accepting the offer in compromise. And if payment is made within 60 days, the license will be suspended until payment is received. I therefore make a motion that the ABC Board accepts this offer in compromise. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson, Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Grandis, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3 on our legal agenda is the review of request to reinstate canceled license dated June 13th, 2022. The license was canceled on December 5th, 2018, pursuant to board order number 2018-719. This is for Kearney's Grocery, license number 078591. I make a motion that we deny this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. As an FYI to the public, this license was canceled almost 4 years ago by the board, and it has been the board's policy that no more than, if your license has been canceled more than 6 months, we will not reinstate it. You would have to apply for a new license. All right. Number 4 on our legal agenda, review of request to reinstate canceled license dated June 13th, 2022. The license was canceled on June 8th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-253. This is Stoney's on L, license number 092362. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of request to reinstate dismissed application dated June 9th, 2022. Application was dismissed on April 25th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-184. This is Toro Bar, license number 092074. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of request to accept protest and grandstanding filed by Thomas O'Donnell, dated June 22nd, 2022. This is the Churchill Hotel, license number 074621. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7 on our legal agenda, review of the motion for reconsideration of denied reinstatement of rejected protests filed by Donato Alvarez in case number 22PRO00034, dated June 22, 2022. This is the Georgetown Inn West End Casa Rum Bar. I make a motion that Ms. Hanson will not participate in this matter. She's recusing herself from this matter. This is in case number 109462. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second. The motion will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0 with Ms. Henson recusing herself from this matter. Number 8, review of request to reinstate dismiss application dated June 16th, 2022. The application was dismissed on June 13th, 2022, pursuant to board order number 2022-283. This is the Nixon Lounge license number 120877. I make a motion that we deny the request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of applicant's request to extend protest petition deadline dated June 15th, 2022. This is in Gordon Ramsay Fish and Chips, license number 121423. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of applicant's request to extend protest petition deadline dated June 15th, 2022. This is in Pentry, Washington, D.C., The Wharf, license number 121347. Make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of applicant's request to extend protest petition deadline dated June 15th, 2022. This is in Hell's Kitchen, license number 121424. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review of request to withdraw protest in case number 22 PRO 00047, filed by the Citizens Association of Georgetown. This is in Apera, license number 116925. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review of the notice of reimbursable percentage for the Metropolitan Police Department reimbursable subsidy detail program. modification to the percentage rate will take effect 30 days after publication DC Register. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Hold on a minute. I believe that I made an error. I'm sorry. Oh, I did. Did I review? I guess I did review the terms of the. Okay, yes, I did. I apologize. All right. All right, let's now move to the licensing agenda. All right, the first matter on our licensing agenda is review request for a temporary operator retail permit. This is for Extreme Pizza, license number 121794. I make a motion that we refer this matter back to licensing. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review request for temporary operating retail permit. This is for Chupacabra, Chupacabra, license number 121599. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 3, review request to remove license from safekeeping to reopen as soon as possible. This is for Asafus Palace, license number 112748. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 4, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for the Edge Wet, license number 108137. I make a motion that we grant this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 5, review request to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Heat, license number 084620. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 6, review application for safekeeping of license. This is Iacoveli Cafe and Liquor, license number 105273. Iacoveli is spelled IACOVELLI. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review request to extend safekeeping of license contingent upon approval of reinstatement. This is for Stonies on L, license number 092362. I make a motion that we approve this request through September 30th, 2022. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. I also want to just advise the public that on our legal agenda earlier this morning, the board voted 6-0 to reinstate Stonies on L's license. Number 8, review application for an entertainment endorsement to provide live entertainment inside of the premises only. This is for Le Diplomat, license number 088243. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review application for change of hours to the Sidewalk Cafe. This is for Le Diplomat, license number 088243. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review application for change of hours of operation, alcohol beverage sale and carry out and delivery. This is for Sura, license number 120971. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review application for Sidewalk Cafe endorsement with 50 seats. This is for Brand Kata La Koshika, COSECHA, license number 119074. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
yes, Mr. Cato. Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 12, review application for the carry out and delivery endorsement. This is in Boca al Lupo, license number 120639. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 13, review application for the carrier and delivery endorsement. This is for Kempton Banneker, license number 114396. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 14, review request for off-premise storage permit endorsement to store unopened alcoholic beverage inventory off-site at Made to Measure LLC, the storage facility at 2221-B Adams Place Northeast. This is for Surfside license number 117402. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review request to correct the premise address to 175 L Street Northeast. This represents a change in address, but not a change in location of the establishment. This is for Washington Marriott Capitol Hill, Noma, license number 121373. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review request to correct the premise address to 175 L Street Northeast. This represents a change in address, but not a change in location of the establishment. This is for Washington Marriott Capitol Hill, Noma Yara, license number 121372. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 17, review request for a wine and beer purchasing permit valid at the location of the Ansem license number 106520. This request has been made by Schneider's of Capitol Hill, license number 000252. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 18, review request to authorize wholesalers to deliver alcoholic beverage to the vessel while docked in the waters of Market Pier and Mark Docks in the Wharf, DC. This is for Tall Ship Providence, license number 113871. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson, Mr. Grandis,
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 19, review of letter of request for a refund of $300 for a denied one-day substantial change application. The request has been made by Decades, license number 103505. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
Short, I agree.
Cato,
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett,
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Benson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for a stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for Aurora Market license number 121619. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Crockett, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Benson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review application of stipulated license with letter of agency support for a new ABC license. This is for the rooftop at Selena Union Market, Hawa, HOWM, license number 121777. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Benson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis, and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our second supplemental licensing agenda. The first matter on our second supplemental license agenda, it's a review of request for a temporary operating retail permit. This is for Mimi's Liquor Store, license number 121853. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote on the motion. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Benson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to the board temporary license and one-day substantial change docket. There are 33 applications on this docket. I'm going to read the name of all 33 applicants, the class category of license that's been requested, the event that's been requested, the date of the event, and the license number, and also the attendees. At the end of the list of 33, I would ask that the ABC board approve these license application requests. The first request is a request from Mary E. Lesher. She's requesting a one-day license class F. This is for the NSCDA Dunbarton House. The event is July 6, 2022. The license number is 121784, and there are 150 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 2, another request from Mary E. Leshner. This is for a one-day license class F. This is an outdoor film screening. This is on July 13th, 2022. The license number is 121785, 150 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 3, another request from Mary E. Lesher. Is the name is spelled Lesher, a one-day license class F. Outdoor film screening. This is on July 20th, 2022. The license number is 121786, 150 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 4, another request from Mary E. Lesher, a one-day license class F, outdoor film screening. This is on July 27th, 2022. The license number is 121787, 150 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 5, a request from Jennifer Curie, a one-day license class F. This is an event showcase of Romanian culture. This is on July 9th and July 10th. The license number is 121801, 1,200 attendees expected through the day, 15 security guards. Number 6, a request from John Brown, a one-day license class F. This is dinner celebration end of year. This is July 9th, 2022. The license number is 121814. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 7, a request from Dwayne Osborne, 1-day license class F. This is for the Van Gogh Expo. This is July 1st through July 2nd through July 3rd. The license number is 121822. 500 attendees pursuing in wave throughout the event, 10 security guard. Number 8, another request from Dwayne Osborne, 1-day license class F. This is for the Van Gogh Expo. This is July 8th, July 9th, July 10th. License number is 121823. 500 attendees pursuing in waves throughout the event, 10 security guards. Number 9, another request from Dwayne Osborne. This is for the Van Gogh Expo. This is July 15th, July 16th, July 17th. The license number is 121825. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 10, a request from Dwayne Osborne, a 1-day license class F, 1-day Van Gogh Expo. This is July 22nd, July 23rd, July 24th. The license number is 121826. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 11, Dwayne Osborne of the Van Gogh Expo. This is for July 29th, July 30th, July 31st. License number is 121827. 500 attendees, 10 security guards. Number 12, a request from Jasmine Tanner, a 1-day license class F wedding. The license was approved by the ABC board on January 5th, 2022. It was canceled because of COVID-19 spike in DC. The new date is July 29th, 2022. The license number is 120232. 60 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 13, a request from Brian Filler, a 1-day license class G fashion design pitch event. This is on July 1st, 2022. The license number is 121413. 30 attendees, 1 security guard. Number 14, a request from Brian Stevenson, a 1-day license class G wedding on July 23rd, 2022. The license number is 121721. 75 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 15, a request from Patrick D. Batista, 1-day license class G LGBTQ dancing. The event date is July 9th, 2022. License number is 121752. 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 16, another request from Patrick D. Batista, a 1-day license class G LGBTQ event. This is July 23rd, 2022. License number is 121753. 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 17, a request from Nicholas Maile, M-A-I-A-L-E, a 1-day license class G wedding. This is August 5th, 2022. License number 121756. 120 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 18, a request from Alexandria Carroll, a 1-day license class G. This is a wedding, July 16th, 2022. License number is 121775. 200 attendees, 4 security guard. Number 18, a request from Elizabeth Yergi. The name is spelled E-L-S-A-B-E-T-E. The last name is Y-I-R-G-E. This is a 1-day license class G. This is for the Ethiopian soccer tournament. This is July 1st through July 4th. The license number is 121842. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 20 is another request from Elizabeth Yergi, a 1-day license class G Ethiopian soccer tournament. This is July 5th through July 8th. The license number is 121844. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 21 is another request from Elizabeth Yergi, a 1-day license class G Ethiopian soccer tournament, July 9th through July 12th. The license number is 121845. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 22, another request from Elizabeth Yerji, a one-day license class G, Ethiopian soccer tournament, July 13th through July 15th. The license number is 121842, 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Number 23, a request from Communal Restaurant for a one-day substantial change. The nature of the event, substantial change to use license off premises directly outside parcel B for a pop-up venue at Beer and Brett's event at Audi Field. This is for July 20th, 2022. The license number is 108392 and the substantial change license number is 22SC 00818. Number 24, a request from Levy Premium Food Service Limited Partnership, a one-day substantial change. The nature of the substantial change to use license off premises directly outside parcel B for the pop-up vendor at Beer and Brett's event at Audi Field. This is on July 20th, 2022. The license number is 060462. The substantial change license number is 22SC 00815. Number 25, Tap House Management LLC, Tap 99. This is a one-day substantial change. The nature of the substantial change is the change to use license off premises directly outside parcel B for the pop-up vendor at Beer and Brett's event at Audi Field. This is July 20th, 2022. The license number is 116883. The substantial change number is 22SC00832. Number 26, South Cap Hospitality LLC, a one-day substantial change. The nature of the substantial change is a change to use license off premises directly outside parcel B for the pop-up vendor at Beer and Brett's event at Audi Field. This is on July 20th, 2022. The license number is 111554. The substantial change license number is 22SC008. Number 27, a request from Silver Cathedral Commons LLC, a one-day substantial change. This is for Neighborhood Festival. This is July 9th, 2022. The nature of substantial change to use license off premises at 3700 Newark Street Northwest between Wisconsin Avenue and Idaho. The license number is 105729. The substantial change license is 22SC00814. Number 28, it's TSBL LLC / Karma. This is a one-day substantial change. This is for the Ethiopian Soccer Tournament Watch Party. This is July 2nd through the 3rd, through the 4th, through the 5th. The license number is 101682. The substantial change license number is 22SC00817. Number 29, TSBL LLC, Karma, a one-day substantial change, Ethiopian Soccer Tournament Watch Party, July 6th through the 7th, through the 8th, through the 9th. The license number is 101682. The substantial change license number is 22SC00816. Number 30, Patera Osteria, a one-day substantial change. This is for birthday party. Substantial change to have a DJ off premises, indoor only. This is the license number is 118338. Substantial change license number is 22SC00833. Number 31, Signature Lounge, license one-day substantial change. The Ethiopian Soccer Tournament Watch Party. This is July 1st and July 2nd. The substantial change, the license number is 117485. Substantial change number is 22SC00835. Number 32, Signature Lounge, one-day substantial change. This is for the Ethiopian Soccer Tournament Watch Party. This is July 8th and July 9th. The license number is 117485. Substantial change number is 22SC00883. Number 33, Serena Price Wiltshire, Wiltshire, a one-day license class F. Friend Raising Network event. This is July 23rd, 2022. The license number is 121735. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board grants the request for the applicants on the board's temporary and one-day substantial change docket. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to the board's license administrative docket. The board's license administrative docket is all these applicants had previously appeared before the board, and this is now the final approval that it's now required for the board, for the agency to issue the license. So on this docket, there are 21 applicants. I will read the name of all 21 applicants, and at the end of the list, I will ask that the ABC board approve this list for the agency to now issue the licenses for these establishments. The first applicant is Cork and Bottled Wine and Spirits, license number 089012. They are a retailer, a liquor store. Letter of request for off-premise storage permit to store at 5909 Blair Road Northwest. Number 2, Ivy City Tavern, license number 093795, Retailer C Tavern. Letter of request to remove the officer Ron Goodman. Number 3, this is our request for personal importation permit application from Rachel Morad Martinez. The license number is 22 IMP 00025. Number 4, this is again another personal importation permit application from Jacob W. Romelethard, ROMELHARDT. The license number is 22 IMP 00024. Number 5, a request from Nicholas Abete for a personal importation permit application. The license number is 22 IMP 00023. Number 6, The Source, license number 079281. They are a retailer DX multi-purpose facility. Change of officer application to add Angela C. Hart. Letter of request to remove the officers Maurice Perry and Owen Pongrace. Number 7, U Street Wine and Bar, license number 087729. Retailer B Beer and Wine, corporate name change application. The new name is U Street Wine and Beer LLC. Number 8, Sorellina, SORELLINA. The license number is 112163. They are retailer C Restaurant. Trade name change application. The new name is Taqueria Emissary. TAQUERIA EMISSARY. Number 9, Mount Vernon's Farmers Market, license number 121645. Their Class K Farmers Market license application. Number 10, Somtam, SOMTAM, license number 121732, Caterer, new ABC license application. Number 11, Sodexo Magic, license number 121634, Caterer, new ABC license application. Number 12, Lulu's Liquor Store, license number 121795, Retailer A Liquor Store, transfer with sale application. Number 13, Sandbox Restaurant, license number 110062, Retailer C Restaurants, stock transfer application. Number 14, Meze, MEZE, license number 060347, Retailer C Restaurant Stock Transfer Application. Number 15, Bobby Van Steakhouse, license number 060069, Restaurant C, Retailer C Restaurant Stock Transfer Application. Number 16, Bobby Van's Grill, license number 073165, Retailer C Restaurant Stock Transfer Application. Number 17, Ginza Barbecue Lounge and Karaoke Spot, license number 120833, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 18, La Herado Supermarket, HERADURA Supermarket, license number 120819, Retailer B Full Service Grocery, new ABC license application. Number 19, Extreme Pizza, license number 121794, Retailer C Tavern Transfer with Sale application. Number 20, El Rey, license number 121605, Retailer C Tavern Transfer without Sale application. Number 21, Whitlow's on Wilson, license number 121849, Retailer C Tavern Transfer with Sale application. That's the end of our list. I therefore make a motion that ABC Board approve these licenses. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett, a second motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson. Mr. Grandis.
I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. Although we didn't hear Mr. Grandis, but he voted that he agreed. So the matter passed 6-0-0. We are now at the end of our morning calendar and our morning agenda. I would like to thank all members of the public who participated in our hearings this morning, and the board. We're now adjourned for the morning. I now direct we will be back for our 1:30 afternoon session. I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Have a great morning. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. We're on the record. Good afternoon again, everyone. My name is Donovan Anderson. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining us this afternoon are five other board members, Mr. James Short, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Ms. Jenny Henson, Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members for the participation. The board has 6 members participating in this hearing today, and that constitutes a quorum. For quorum purposes, Ms. Henson, she is here today. For when we take a vote, she will express her opinion in the chat. So you can when we vote on matters, you will see her. She will state her position in the chat. All right. So we have approximately, I think we have on our calendar this afternoon. So we have 1, 2, 3. We have 4 cases on our calendar this afternoon. Before we get underway with this hearing's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of this hearing is understood by everyone. As I said before, there are 4 cases on our calendar. Once the case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you'll remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones to the concluded case will be disabled. I know that there are probably folks online for the protest hearing, but prior to the protest hearing, we're going to do the summary suspension hearing, and then we will address the protest issues. So if the parties, so we probably, it's now 1:59. I believe maybe about 2:15, 2:30, we should be able to start the protest hearing. All right. So our first case this afternoon is case number 22-251-00018, Moi Moi Restaurant, license number 120466. Ms. Foshburn, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Antoine Williams, your rights have been elevated. And Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon. Mr. Bianco, is your client joining you this afternoon?
Yes, he is on. His name is How Soon Cham, Cham, and he has texted me that he's on.
All right, I saw, okay, his name just appeared in front of me. Does he have a camera?
That I don't know.
All right, Mr. Cham, are you there, sir? Well, his rights are Miss Foshman. You have elevated his rights. Is that correct?
You are correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, Mr. Cham. All right, fine. I can hear you. Do you have a camera, sir?
Yes, sir. I mean, it's not showing. Can you hear me?
Have you turned? I can hear you, sir. Do you turn? Have you turned the camera on? If not, we'll move on. I'm just trying to. If it won't work, I can hear you. So that's fine.
Yeah, it's not coming back.
All right, that's fine. All right, good afternoon, everyone. This is a summary suspension hearing for Moi Moi Restaurant. This was a summary suspension in the sense that the board had closed this establishment because the board had determined that the incident occurred was of imminent danger to the public, and so therefore, to protect the public, we had to close the establishment. All right, so Mr. Williams, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Afternoon, Chairperson Anderson. My name is Antoine Williams on behalf of the District of Columbia today.
Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Bianco, can you state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Mr. Anderson. My name is Richard Bianco, and I'm here on behalf of the respondent.
Mr. Cham, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please, any relationship?
Yes, it's How Soon Cham. I'm the owner of Moi Moi. Spell HOWSOON. last name CHAM as in Mary.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, this matter was scheduled for summer suspension hearing. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Chairperson Anderson, we've reached an offer to compromise. I'd like to read that into the record.
Go ahead, sir. What's the offer in compromise?
Okay, thank you. First of all, this event happened at a restaurant as opposed to a nightclub, and they have special events, private events. So this security plan will be revolving around their private events. Before the board lifts the suspension, the respondent shall submit a security plan to ABRA regarding the security for any applicable events. Those events are described as private events scheduled on the premises where alcohol will be sold. The respondent has also identify these events as engaged by an outside promoter, or they were selling tickets for the event, also providing a cover charge, or the respondent is offering live entertainment with a dance floor. The security plan must be reviewed and accepted by the board before lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage license. The security plan shall comply with the applicable laws and regulations, including but not limited to Title 25 of the DC Code, and specifically DC Codes 25-133, 402, and 403. In addition to the security plan, the establishment will have security personnel on the nights of the private events. They will also do weapons abatement screening during those events. Any confiscated weapons will be recorded as far as any recording of the incidents. The primary things here, they shall log the incidents when possible, with the names and contact information of victims, witnesses, and assailants involved in the issues. They shall maintain a log on a standard form, including names of staff and signed by the establishment supervising authority. Any incidents shall be recorded when possible within 24 hours. The incident log shall not be discarded for at least 5 years from the date of the occurrence, and they shall be made available to MPD or ABRA investigators upon request. Immediately after any violent incident occurs, the respondent shall report the incident to MPD and preserve the crime scene or the scene of the violent incident. All respondent staff will be responsible for cooperating with MPD and ABRA. Members of the contracted security team will be instructed to remain after the crime or violent incident until after interview by ABRA or MPD investigators. Security cameras must be in operation. Before scheduling the first applicable event, ABRA will be notified in order to conduct an inspection of the camera system to ensure all cameras are working and the system is capable of showing footage immediately upon request by MPD. Lastly, the security plan training. All security personnel shall be trained on the security plan with the requirements including weapons abatement, screening of patrons, and wanding as necessary. Those are the terms of the OIC, Mr. Chairperson.
Mr. Williams, I just want to back up. Can you just tell us, how did we get to where we are today, please?
Yes.
For the record, how did we get here, please?
Sure. The incident occurred, there was a private event at Moi Moi restaurant. During that event, there was an altercation and a gun was pulled out and fired inside the establishment. At that point, all personnel vacated the establishment and closed it up for the evening. A MPD officer was patrolling in the area. He was stopped by a patron on the streets, and they was told there was gunfire. The responding officer responded to the area where the gunfire was at. At that point, DC Secret Service was actually already on the scene. They were basically going around the area looking to see if they could either find the gunfire or some sort of evidence, and they ran across a blood trail. The blood trail proceeded to lead directly into Moi Moi restaurant, and at that point, ABRA was called because the restaurant was closed at that juncture. The ABRA investigator arrived on the scene and the owner came and then opened the restaurant. A gun was recovered outside a trash can right around proximity of the restaurant. And then upon entering the restaurant, there was disarray, some overturned chairs, some broken glass, as well as another blood trail inside the establishment.
Are you done, sir? Or you have more?
Yeah, no, that concludes it. Upon questioning the owner described that there was a private event that evening that had been rented out, and and then that's when the accident, when the violent incident occurred.
Any questions by any board members towards this, to the government regarding this offering compromise?
Mr.
Any
Williams.
questions by any board members regarding this offering
Yes.
compromise?
Yes, this is.
Go ahead, Ms. Crockett.
Mr. Williams, do you believe that this OIC and sufficiently addresses the concerns that you just expressed? The incident that you just described to us sounds pretty egregious. And do you think that the items you've placed in this OIC will sufficiently prevent this from occurring again and help the safety of the citizens of Washington, D.C.?
Yes, I do, Ms. Crockett. And the reason is because this establishment is actually a restaurant. They expanded to do private events because of COVID to earn extra money. They do not have a history of interactions with ABRA from any sort of violent nature, let alone any sort of violations prior to this event. We believe this is an isolated one-time event where the management did not respond appropriately. This security plan will basically direct them to, if an incident of this nature ever occurs again, they should follow the guidelines in the security plan anytime they have any sort of private events.
So in number 7 of this OIC that specifically addresses the security plan that you're addressing, it states that all security personnel should be trained on the security plan requirements. Do you think that perhaps the staff of the establishment also need to understand the security plan so that they know how to respond in the event that a situation like this occurs in the future?
That could be something that we could amend to. As the owner is the person that is responsible for, understanding the security plan and teaching the personnel. We have, in my conversations with opposing counsel has already stated that he will probably most likely go out and do actual security plan training for the personnel of the establishment.
And sorry, Richard Bianco for the respondent. We have no problem agreeing to train the staff. And as Mr. Williams indicated, generally I do that myself. I'll come out with the plan, walk through it with the staff, make sure any questions they have can be answered on the spot. So I think that's a valid point and certainly something we're willing to do.
Thank you both, Mr. Williams and Mr. Bianco. I have nothing further.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Williams, normally when I see offer in compromise, I see that there is a provision that this matter would be sent to the Office of Attorney General for possible show cause. I don't see that term in this offer in compromise. Is there any reason why this case ends after based on the incident, is there any reason why this matter will end with this offering compromise and there's no further action outside of the fact that the security plan be submitted to the board for the board's review and approval before they can reopen?
Yes, Mr. Chairperson, with this particular incident, as I said, this is a one-time incident that now obviously it's a significant incident, but it has been a one-time incident with this particular restaurant. The restaurant operates strictly as a restaurant. These special events where they use promoters or perhaps sell tickets are a separate issue. So therefore, in this particular instance, we decided that if they follow the security plan, submit the security plan, and follow these coordinates, that there should be not a necessary need for a show cause following this one.
Mr. Anderson, if I might, on that point, I think it's also important to note that the establishment has now served a suspension of, I think, 2 weeks So there's been a fairly substantial penalty by them not being able to operate and earn income during that period of time.
Thank you, Mr. Bianco. Any other questions by the board members? Would someone make a motion whether or not we should accept or reject this offer and compromise?
Ms. Crockett makes a motion that we reject this OIC. Is there a second?
Second the motion.
Seconds.
Mr. Short, second.
Mr. Cato and Mr. Schroeder second the motion, so I'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short,
I vote to reject.
Mr. Cato,
I vote to reject.
Ms. Crockett.
Ms. Crockett, I agree.
When you say agree, you mean you made the motion, so yes. Ms. Henson, what's your vote? As I stated before, Ms. Henson has voted in the chat no. Mr. Grandis.
I vote to agree to the motion.
And I also agree. So the board has voted 6-0 to reject the offer and compromise. I think the next state is that I believe that the council has rejected, council had requested, I believe, a hearing. And so the board will move towards schedule a hearing if council requires if council requires the expedited hearing as the law requires, the board will make itself available to have the expedited hearing if council so desires, probably on Friday. If council is if council requires an expedited hearing, yeah, if council is available on Friday, the board will make itself available on Friday for us to have this hearing.
For the respondent, yes, I am available on Friday, beginning at 11 a.m. So anytime after 11, I'm open.
The parties can negotiate. The parties can negotiate on the term. I'm sorry, what their availability for a hearing. I don't have anything else to say, Mr. Bianco and Mr. Williams. I have nothing else to say. Go ahead, Mr. Bianco. You want to make?
Yeah, Mr. Anderson, I understand the board has voted unanimously to reject our OIC. Obviously, the parties are amenable to resolving this. Might I inquire of you, Mr. Chair, or of other board members, what provisions are problematic here so that we can present something, if we're able to reach resolution to the board, that you would find more palatable?
Well, Mr. Bianco, since I put forth the motion, I'm more than happy to share that with you. First, as we already discussed, and you agreed that you would include all personnel in your security plan training. I would also like for the number 6 provision that is just kind of standard, that ABRA investigators will go out and inspect the cameras prior to the suspension being lifted, not prior to the first applicable event. So with that security plan training, I would like a deadline on it. There is no deadline. So, I would like that to occur within, the next 15 to so days, if possible. So those are, for me, those are two of the things that are most important to me.
I'd like to add something, Mr. Chair, if I could.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, I'd like to just give this to Mr. Bianco. And I know he know this would be reasonable. Normally, when something egregious like this occurs, one of our investigators will come in and observe the training and make sure that, not saying that Mr. Bianco can't do it, but from the perspective of this board, my perspective, it would be more advantageous if we would have one of our Arbor investigators make sure that the training takes place, that all personnel are trained appropriately. Is that a problem for anyone?
I would say that if those are the only three comments, we are glad to amend this if that makes it acceptable to the board. I don't see anything wrong with those three things.
Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. At this summary suspension hearing, do the investigators participate?
The investigator will present his report.
Right. So my view is that I do not want to box myself in until I hear from the investigator as they do their report. Thank you.
Mr. Chairperson.
General, hold on, Mr. Williams.
Okay.
The board is privy to the investigative report. And we're not trying to negotiate with the parties, but I don't think that it is unreasonable for board members to express to the parties their disagreement with the OIC. I don't think it's unreasonable. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I ask questions. I mean, we're not trying to box the parties in. The government and the licensee negotiated in good faith. And of course they can negotiate, and of course the board has the final say in agreeing or disagreeing. I don't think it's unreasonable for if the licensee says, I understand, but I just want to get some more concern. I just want to get some more information regarding where the board stands on this issue. So therefore, if I'm going to negotiate with the government, then I will have an idea what are some of the rationale and reasoning. What is it that the board believe could occur to allow this establishment to be open, since it has been closed for a period of time. And so I don't think it's unreasonable to provide that information to the licensee. I mean, my concern, and it doesn't have to be a part of it. I said other OICs that I have seen, it has said that this might have been referred back over to the Office of the Attorney General for further development. That's not that was a concern I had, but I'm not saying that this is what I want in an OIC. It's just something that I'd ask. And I believe that Mr. Williams provide, at least to me, a reasonable basis why that was not included.
Chairman, I think.
Sorry. Yes,
Sorry.
Mr. Grandis.
No, sorry, I thought you had stopped.
No, you can go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
I thought we, the board, are not in the position to negotiate.
We're not negotiating. What I stated to the board, and offer in the board has voted. The board has voted to reject the offer in compromise. The board cannot negotiate an active offer in compromise. The board has now rejected the offer in compromise. So the board can say to the parties, these are things that are important to me. So we did not have this conversation before we took a vote. We have had a vote, and so the board is just saying generally to the licensee what some concerns that they have, which the board can do so. As I stated before, it is the board, if the government is going to negotiate, or even the government is going to have a hearing with the licensee, at least the government will know. The government, the government doesn't represent the board. The government represents the agency, and the agency reports to the board. And so whatever negotiation that's made with the agency and the government, the board has to sign off on it. So the only conversation that's occurring now is that the board is saying to the licensee, we believe that this matter was egregious, and these are some of the concerns that we have. And if whether or not we go to a hearing or if there's going to be a settlement, another OIC, these are some of the concerns that the board generally has. So it will say to them, give them some basis how to negotiate it if they feel like negotiating. That's all this is about, Mr. Grandis.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Yes, I would like to think that at the hearing, when we hear from the investigator about the blood trail, about the rental and who rented it, and we'd like to know, at least I would like to know, that they're not going to use this same person again who has people bleeding up and down the streets, bleeding out of his establishment. And I don't think anything I've heard today has assured me that this is not going to happen again, because this establishment could hire the same DJ and come in for another event. And the next time we might not be so lucky, somebody may get killed. This is life and death. And I'd like for the investigator to speak to myself and the board at a hearing as to how appropriate it would be. What kind of cooperation did this establishment provide to the investigators? It's the restaurant. I don't know of any other restaurant I can remember in my memory where we had blood trails leading out of a restaurant. A blood trail. And then the doors get locked. And we got to wait for the owner to come back. I would just like to get some more details, if that's okay with you, Mr. Chair, and with the government. I would like to get some more details. And I'd like for the investigator to fill us in on some of the details we have not heard or seen in this OIC today. Thank you.
As I stated before, all board members had access to the case report, but this needs to hear. Mr. Williams, I think you had a question that you wanted to ask.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Not a question, it's a statement of fact in our situation here. The Aberrant investigator is currently out of town on leave until July 5th. So Friday, the Aberrant investigator will not be available to testify at a summary suspension hearing.
By law, if council requests a hearing, council has to get a hearing, and we will deal with that issue after that. So I'm hoping that negotiation between the government and the applicant and the client, which is the agency director, that some of these issues can be and will be addressed. I think you know where I stand. But thank you for that presentation, Mr. Williams. But you have stated factually, and if council requests a hearing, we have to have a hearing unless and until there can be some agreement with the licensee and the government about the availability of witnesses. We have to comply with the law. So, all right, so the board we have a protest hearing today, so we might be here for a minute. And so maybe if the parties can talk to the director, maybe the board can address this issue later on today or tonight. I'm not sure how long the protest hearing will last, but I am open if the parties are able to talk and see what can be done today. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Have a great day. All right. Thank you. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00025 DC Live, license number 120261. This case has been canceled. The board approved a settlement agreement, see board order number 2022-284. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 0000046 Alley Cat, license number 119797. This case has been canceled. The board approved a settlement agreement, see board order number 2022-281. The next case on our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00022 Premier Lounge, license number 120372. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Everett Campbell, your rights have been elevated. Justin Allen, your rights have been elevated. Naima Jefferson, your rights have been elevated. Jackson Carnes, your rights have been elevated. Paula Edwards, your rights have been elevated. Mark Pattison, your rights have been elevated. Don Squires, your rights have been elevated. And one moment. Mark Ruiz, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr.
Thank you, Ms. Washburn. All right, give me 1 minute, please. I'm trying to make sure that I have all the parties. All right, I think everyone has, I see a lot of names on my in front of me. So if you have a camera, can you please turn your camera on, please? All right, we will start with introductions. I would like everyone to spell and state their name for the record. And let's start with the licensee. Mr. Campbell, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? Mr. Campbell, you're on mute. You need to unmute your phone, sir. I can't hear you.
I'm sorry about that. My name is Everett Campbell, EVERAL CAMPBELL.
What's your role with this establishment, sir?
I am the owner, serving as president.
Mr. Allen, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Justin Allen, JUSTIN, last name Allen, ALLEN, partner at Premier Lounge.
Good afternoon, Mr. Allen.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Jefferson, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Good afternoon, Naima Jefferson. It's spelled Naima, and the last name is Jefferson, JEFFERSON.
All right, Ms. Jefferson, I'm going to ask for your assistance. So can you call the names of the other parties? Once you have called their names, then I'll ask them to spell and state their name for the record, please.
Absolutely. The other members of the group of 5 or more individuals are Mark Pattison.
No, I'm sorry. Just call their names, and once you call the name, let that person identify themselves, please.
Mark Pattison here.
Patterson.
Mark, M-A-R-K, Pattison, P-A-T-T-I-S-O-N.
Thank you, Mark. The next individual is Jackson Carnes.
Jackson, Jackson, Carnes, Carnes.
Thank you. The next individual. Oh, I'm sorry.
Mr. Carnes, good afternoon. Go ahead, Ms. Jefferson.
The next individual is Mr. Squires.
Hi, Don Squires, DON SQUIRES.
Good afternoon, Mr. Squires.
Thank you, Don. The next individual is Miss Paula Edwards.
Paula, Paula, Edwards, EDWARDS. And I have a firewall issue with my video, so I'm not able to implement it at this time.
Ms. Edwards.
And Mr. Watley should be here sometime. He had a doctor's appointment. But we have already had the group of 5 before at the roll call hearing.
No, well, I'm just saying if not everyone, only people who are testifying or others can be, but so those are the folks that are currently online. Okay, that's fine. Mr. Ruiz, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes. First name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
And your relationship, sir?
Investigator with ABRA.
All right. We're here at a protest hearing this afternoon, and this is an application for a new license, and we have protest hearings because the parties are unable to reach a settlement agreement. And so, as I've stated before, the board has always been in favor of settlement agreement. And so let me ask a question, and if the board, and I don't mind working with the parties if we can get to an agreement, and if we can't get to an agreement, if the parties are close to an agreement, then I don't have a problem if there are issues that the parties have agreed upon, and so we can memorialize those issues. And if there are issues that are outstanding, then we can have a hearing on those issues. So maybe the parties can let me know whether or not this is a road we can are there areas that the parties have reached agreement, and if that's so, then we could issue a board order memorializing those areas of agreement. And if there are outstanding issues, then we could just have a hearing on those outstanding issues, or I'm just trying to find out where the parties are. I'll start with you, Ms. Let me start with the licensee from their position. Where are we? Or better yet, well, I know what the licensee wants. The licensee wants a license, and the protestant is protesting the agency granting the license. So, Ms. Jefferson, are there areas of agreement that we could memorialize, or do we need to move forward with a full hearing and whether or not we should even grant this license?
Thank you, Chair Anderson. I think that's a fair question. We believed several days ago that we were at an agreement. We had a agreement that just had a very few amount of red lines, and there was just one particular section that was not clear in what the intent was, and the group of 5 or more presented language. In response, the applicants came back essentially basically reneging on a lot of the terms that we had initially agreed upon. We requested a continuance no less than 4 times. They rejected each time. We, up until yesterday, around close of business, there was a proposition to have a mediation before this hearing. And as you know, many of us work. And so we had already taken off work for several hours for a mediation, as well as address this and to request at the end of a business day for us to take off again when we had all scheduled to be off of our jobs today. For this protest hearing, we did say that that was not something that we thought was reasonable, and again, asked for a continuance. There was no response from the applicant. So we have used our available time to prepare to protest. And as we mentioned in our initial protest, we don't believe that the applicant is qualified, and the applicant has already violated several laws to begin with.
As you had stated, Ms. Jefferson, that it appears that the party were amenable. I don't have a problem agreeing to a continuance. I think As far as the licensee is concerned, there are a period of time that the agency has to issue a license. And so we'll have hearing today. We'll have a hearing today, and we will issue it depending on whether or not the parties decide to do findings of facts or conclusion of law. The board will not issue a license for at least another 60 days. So if the parties believe that they can negotiate in good faith, and say, for example, if the parties were to negotiate and come to the board with a settlement agreement, within, as soon as the board signs off on the settlement agreement, you'll be issued your license.
We're
But
aware of
if
the
we do-
process, yes.
I know that you are, Ms. Jefferson. I'm not speaking to you because I know
Okay.
you are. I'm speaking more so to the licensee, because the licensee at least the licensee has not appeared before me before. So I was just pointing out the process. So if the parties are amenable to settle this matter, if time is of the essence for the licensee, if a settlement can be reached, if the parties are confident that a settlement can be reached, then that is a quicker way to get your license, because as I stated before, if we have this protest hearing today, your license will not be issued until at a minimum 60 days. That's all I'm saying. Factually, the law says that we have this period of time. I'm not saying that the board we're gonna sit there and count the days and say we're not going to issue your license before 60 days. But I'm just giving you the time factor that it's going to take about 2 weeks for once the hearings convene. It's probably going to take about 2 weeks for the transcript for the legal office to review the transcript, write a decision. We need to review it, vote on it, and then issue it. So if the parties believe that they can, in theory, actually settle this matter, from a time perspective, I would be inclined to grant a continuance. But again, the licensee would have to agree to it, because that's up to them. But I'm not telling you that, but we'll do the hearing today. But I'm just pointing out where we are.
Chair Anderson,
Yes, Ms.
can you just clarify that for all parties that are involved, even if we move forward with the protest agreement, while the board is deliberating and the entire process goes through, we always are still open to a mediation. Is that not correct? In other words,
I think
the protest hearing could go forward, and maybe either party does or doesn't like what they hear, and mediation is still an option to submit that before the board issues an order.
Well, the parties that I believe, I guess my position is that I don't want us to have a hearing for however long it's going to take this afternoon if the parties believe that they're going to settle the case. And so therefore, we take all this time, and then tomorrow it's like, oh, by the way, here's the settlement agreement. So everyone wasted their times today to have a hearing. And so I would prefer that not occur. That's one of the reasons why I'm taking the time before we start the hearing to say, of course, parties are always free to come to any type of agreement before we issue a final decision. But I don't necessarily believe that's a good utilization of public resources. It's if that's going to occur. So I'm taking the time to say, if the parties believe that it can be settled, and they're saying, okay, fine, if we have a continuance, we're going to negotiate in good faith, and we're going to have a settlement agreement, then yes, I would support that. But if the parties are not confident that this is going to occur, then we'll have the hearing today, and the board will make a decision whether or not to grant this, whether or not they're going to grant the license, or whether or not they're going to deny it, or whether or not they're going to grant the license with conditions depending on what's presented here today. So You can let me know what it is that the party's going to do.
So I haven't been able to confer with everyone because we're not in person where we can all kind of huddle.
We can be off the record for, let me see, it is, all right, it's 2:41. What about, how much time would you want?
If you could just give me 1 second.
All right,
Just,
all right, we'll
just
just
1 minute.
We'll
1
be
minute.
all right. We'll be on pause. We're gonna all sit here, but you can turn your camera off until 2:45. All right, 2:45. We'll be back. We'll be back on record. Hey, Martha. We're back in the record.
Chair Anderson, I'm confirmed. We have some of the group of 7 who are kind of dispersed throughout the country today. So we're trying to use telecommunications to do, we're almost finished.
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. I do understand because, as you notice, that this hearing is also virtual, so I understand. Okay, all right. Just let me know when you're ready, please. Okay. All right, we're off the record until I put us back on the record. Okay. All right.
Chair Anderson?
We're back in the record. Yes, Ms. Jefferson.
Many thanks to you and the board and the applicants. We're ready to move forward with the protest hearing.
That's fine. Just give me a minute, please. Trying to do a whole bunch of things at the same time. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Again, we have a protest hearing, and this is hold on 1 minute. This is a process of having we're back in the record just in case the court reporter, I always have to do this because we have a court reporter transcribing the transcript. So basically, the process is that I've made my opening statement, preliminary motions, then the applicant will make an opening statement, the protestant will make an opening statement, then the board, we will call the board's witness, which is the investigator. Once the board has called his witness, then board members can cross-examine, the board members will cross-examine the board's witness. Then once the board member has cross-examined the board's witness on his report, the applicant will have an opportunity to question, and then the protestant will have an opportunity to question. After that is done, after the board has rested its case, then the licensee will present its case. Once the licensee presents its case, then the protestant will have an opportunity to present its case. I believe that, as I stated before, each side is limited no more than 5 witnesses. You have an hour to present your case, and it is 2:55, although we will work on this as long as ever, but I need folks to be efficient with their time in calling witnesses. I do not want witnesses the board will not tolerate redundant or repetitive testimony or testimony that's not relevant to this case. So therefore, I will impose and object to questions that are being asked. Even if I know that neither side is an attorney, but if I believe that questions are being asked that are not relevant to the decision that we should make, I will interject and state that, okay? This is an application to provide to whether or not the board will grant a license to this licensee. And the case in point is whether or not this is a fit, that the business model that they present is fit to receive a license. Okay. All right. So are there any questions by anyone before we start? Ms. Jefferson, any questions before we start?
Yes, Chair Anderson, in board order number 2022-242, the board ruled that the protestants could bring forth any of our allegations regarding qualifications at the protest hearing.
I'm confused, ma'am. What are you saying?
In addition to the appropriateness, I just wanted to make note that in a prior board order, the board ruled that the protestants could bring forth allegations regarding qualifications at the protest hearing. We had requested a qualifications hearing, and the board denied our motion for that. And that was what the board ruled in that order. That's order number 2022-242.
My position that all issues that are relevant to whether or not they're fit for a license. So if you're presenting evidence to say that they're not qualified, that can be relevant. So
Okay.
I'm just saying for matters that are not relevant to whether or not they are fit to receive a license. So I know that there are some preliminary issues here. I knew that it came up at our status hearing, and I stated that that was the protestants was asking for us to pause this hearing so we could do a qualifications hearing, and what I had informed the parties at the time that those were two separate tracks, and we are on a strict deadline to move forward with this. But if you have information that is relevant, that's relevant. I mean, of course, if you put something forward, then they can object to say it's not relevant. I'll make a ruling. But if it's a ruling that it's relevant, then we'll move forward with that. So I don't have a problem with that. Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions by the applicant? Any questions by the applicant?
Yeah.
All right. So the board will call his first witness, Mr. Mark Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right. Can you state your name for the record again, sir, please?
Yes, Mark Ruiz.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
I am employed with the Alcoholic Beverage Regulation Administration as an investigator.
How long have you held this position, sir?
A little bit over 3 years now.
And what are your duties and responsibility as investigator for the agency?
To inspect and investigate alcoholic establishments licensed in the District of Columbia.
And have you testified in a protest hearing before, sir?
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with this application, Premier Lounge, sir?
I am.
How did you become familiar with this case?
I was assigned the protest investigation and drafted a report for this case.
Do you have a copy of the report you can upload? You can upload for us to share, that you can share for the agency? I'm sorry, for the
Yes.
parties to participate, yes.
Yes, I'll just doing it now. Give me one moment.
I'm sorry, Ms. Foshman, can you please?
She
allow
did.
the-
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right.
Can you see it?
Yes, sir. All right. So can you please identify the document that's on our screen, sir?
This here is protest report for the new 7307 Incorporated, trading as Premier Lounge, located at 7307 Georgia Avenue Northwest, for a new license, Class CT.
And who are the protestants in this case, sir?
The protestants in this case are a group of 5 or more, specifically a group of 7, to include Jackson Carnes, Paula Edwards, Naima Jefferson, Mark Pattison, Don Squires, Judy Squires, and Stephen Watley.
Now, did you get a chance to speak to the applicant in this case?
Particularly to protest issues, I have not been able to speak to them.
You have spoken to the applicant?
I've spoken to the applicant prior during investigations, yes.
But not
regarding
not
this
to the-
establishment.
But not regarding. I'm sorry. Do you have any reference in your report regarding any previous correspondence or communication you have had with the applicant?
Yes, I was assigned a previous investigation for the application, and prior activity conducted, and which I reference in a separate report.
No, but I'm saying, is there any reference in this report regarding that? If there's
Yes,
not, I'm just
yes,
saying, no,
yes.
All right. Well, where is this? Can you tell us where is this in your report, and what is it that you're referencing in this report?
So I presented it under the protestant interview. When I spoke to the protestants, since there was a separate investigation prior containing the application, those findings were placed into a case report and are scheduled with the Office of Attorney General.
No, all right. I don't think you're following, but anyway, all right. Let's move on. So let me go through your report. Who did you speak to as far as the protestants are concerned?
I've spoke with Miss Naomi Jefferson, mostly as a lead, and Mr. Jackson Carnes.
So can you tell us what was the nature of your conversation with Miss Jefferson?
Ms. Jefferson, the nature of that conversation was basically the protest issues that they did outline in the letter that they submitted that is attached to the report in regards to the effects of peace, order, and quiet, to include noise and litter, the parking issues, the limited parking that is within the neighborhood, as well as their failure to comply with aberrant district laws prior to the application.
Can you tell us describe the neighborhood, the characteristics of this neighborhood, please? Yeah,
the establishment is located on 7307 Georgia Avenue, which is a 4-lane highway. Is zoned multi-use -4, which allows a moderate density mixed-use development for shopping and business needs housings and mixed uses for large segments. The establishment is on a business corridor that aligns a residential neighborhood. Around the corner is residential parking for 4A zone licenses permits. Other than that, the other mode of transportation within the area would allow for the Metro bus run number 70, which runs north and southbound in front of the establishment.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The establishment, of course, is on a block with other commercial establishments, including another ABC establishment, Queerlocks Restaurant and Lounge, which is a restaurant, as well as 2 liquor stores within close proximity.
So tell us about the characteristics of the premises.
The building is in the middle, within the block, a couple doors in. It is a brown brick establishment with glass and wood. It's a 2-story building. However, the licensee will only be operating on the first floor. The first level will consist of the main bar, lounge seating area, stage area, DJ booth, as well as a full kitchen located within the establishment.
Now, what are the hours of operation alcohol sales that the licensee applied for?
Yeah, the hours applied for hours of operation are from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m. Sunday through Thursday, and 7 a.m. to 3 a.m. Friday through Friday and Saturdays. The hours of sales for the alcohol consumption is Sunday 10 a.m. to 2 a.m., Monday through Thursday 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., with Friday and Saturday 8 a.m. to 3 a.m. They also applied for an entertainment endorsement that reflect the same hours of the alcohol sales, 10 a.m. to 2 a.m. on Sunday, Monday through Thursday, 8 a.m. to 2 a.m., and Friday and Saturday, 8 a.m. to 3 a.m.
Now, did you or any other ABRA investigator visit the establishment?
During the time I was assigned to protest, I visited the establishment 6 times from March 21st up until March 30th. During my shift, I was the only investigator that reported to have monitored the establishment. On the numerous dates, the establishment was found to be closed, so no ABRA violations were observed during that time.
Is it that the establishment was closed, or is it that were they not operating, or did you just choose a time that they're? I know it's an application for a new license, so therefore, is it that they were not operating or they were closed at the period? Which I'm trying to establish.
They were not operating at the time.
They were not operating. Okay. And because they were not operating, I mean, were you able to find any noise complaints? Are you aware of any noise complaints?
No, I'd done a record search for noise complaints. We didn't have anything on record. I did a calls for service as well to the establishment, and none of the calls for service indicated the establishment received any kind of outside calls for any incidents or noise complaints.
Now I'm reviewing your report, and this is somewhat you're saying this establishment is not operating, but how is it that they have an investigative history as reported in your report?
So the establishment, technically, according to that history, they did begin operating prior to making application to the agency. They worked with a caterer to operate their establishments on certain days and weekends, beginning in October of 2021.
And I see that the matter was forwarded to the Office of Attorney General for show cause, so therefore I'm not necessarily going to prejudice that case by divulging a whole lot into whatever facts that case is about. And so I'll lightly tread on that issue because that matter will be before the board at some other point. So I just want to I want the record to reflect that you're stated that there is another case, but I'm trying to make sure that we don't spend a whole lot of time in the facts and detail of that case, because the board at some point will be convening a hearing on that case. All right. So let's go through your report. So are there any exhibits?
Yes,
in your report, sir?
Attached 29 exhibits. Would you like me to go through each one?
Yes, please.
So exhibit 1 is going to be the protest letter that was submitted by the protestants. It is a lengthy document, includes their exhibits as well and issues that they've had according with the establishment's application. Exhibit number 2. Exhibit number 2 is our GIS map that was collected for ABC establishments located within 1,200 feet of the establishment. Exhibit number 3 is the parking signage in the area in front of the establishment, indicating a pay to park zone with 2-hour permit or pay from 7 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Exhibit number 4 is another signage within the same block for parking. Exhibit number 5 is signage in the residential area for 2-hour parking limit in zone 4A, 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Monday through Friday. Exhibit number 6 is another parking permit sign for 2-hour parking. This is on the 7200 block in front of residential townhomes. south of the establishment. Exhibit 7 is another sign with a Metro bus no parking zone as well in that same 7200 block. Exhibit 8 is a photo of no parking and street cleaning sign from 2 a.m. to 5 a.m. Thursday. This is located across the street from the establishment facing south. Exhibit number 9 is a photo of bus route number 70 bus shelter. This is located across the street from the establishment on southbound side. Exhibit number 10 is indicating that is actually a bus stop area for the number 70 on the 7200 block just south of the establishment. Exhibit number 11 is another bus shelter, bus area, bus stop south on the southbound side of the 7200 block. Exhibit number 12 will be the GIS map for any schools, recreation centers, public libraries, or daycare centers located within 400 feet, on which this map indicated there was none. Exhibit number 13 is a photo of the block with the establishment. The green awning straight ahead to the right of the photograph. The establishment is located is the fourth door up behind the second large tree. This is also indicating the parking on the street as well. Exhibit number 14 is from the establishment, viewing across the street with a residential apartment building as well as other commercial establishments across the street. Exhibit number 15 is another view more southbound of that block. Exhibit 16 is the residential townhome building that is just south of this establishment, shown on that block, as well as the parking. Exhibit number 17, this is the alleyway that runs along the rear of the establishment between the establishments and the residential homes. Exhibit number 18 is a photo of the street of a residential street on Fern Place, which bounds the block in which the establishment is located on, and which there's signage indicating asking the public to be quiet after 10 p.m. Exhibit number 19 is a front view of the establishment with the premier banner signage on top. The entrance to the actual to the establishment will be on the left of the establishment, of the front of the building. This is just another view indicating more of the entrance to the establishment. Exhibit number 21 is the interior from the front door pointing to the rear with the lounge seating. Exhibit number 22 is just another photo from inside the establishment, from the rear of the establishment by the bar facing towards the front of the establishment. Straight ahead, the black area would be where there's a tinted window, and that's where the stage is located. Exhibit number 23 is a picture of the full kitchen for the establishment. Exhibit number 24 is another angle and view of that full kitchen. Exhibit number 25 is corridor leading from the establishment out to the rear, to the backyard area. Exhibit number 26 is a photo of a restroom. The establishment has 2 unisex restrooms. Number 27 is another restroom. Exhibit number 28 is a photo of the DJ booth. Exhibit number 29 is a photo of the rear of the establishment with the trash dumpsters on the property. And that concludes my exhibits.
Just again, Mr. Ruiz, based on your investigation, what type of establishment is this?
This is a tavern. Well, it's licensed as a tavern, operating as it's been described, as a neighborhood bar.
Objection.
Miss Jackson, I'm sorry, Miss Jefferson. Miss
Uh,
Jefferson.
my objection is just foundation.
There's Miss Jefferson. The board is presenting its case.
Okay.
You cannot make any objection. You cannot speak during the board's presentation of its case. Once the board has done with its presentation of its case, you will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness, ma'am. But now it's the board's opportunity to speak to its witness. And once the board has disposed of its witness, then you can ask questions of the board's witness, ma'am. All right, thank you.
Thank you for reminding me.
All right. And so Mr. Ruiz, it's I know it's a tavern. A tavern doesn't have to sell food, but do you know whether or not this establishment was selling food? Are there any plans to sell food?
Their application did indicate they planned on selling food, and prior they have sold food.
Have you ever seen a menu?
I have not seen a menu, no.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Any other questions? You can close your screen, please, sir. Any other questions by any board members?
Mr. Ruiz, before going into detail,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you for your.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm sorry. Mr. Short, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Investigator Ruiz, thank you for your excellent report and your testimony today.
You're welcome.
I know we can't go into history because there's some other things pending, but when was this application filed for this establishment?
December of 2021.
And they didn't have any permits to do anything prior to that date?
Not as a licensee.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Ruiz. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by any of the board members? Any questions by any other board members? Are hearing none. Who wants to ask Mr. Allen or Mr. Campbell? One person can ask questions. Who wish to ask questions of the witness?
We have no questions for Mr. Ruiz.
That's you, Mr. Campbell. So you're saying that you have no questions for the. All right. Ms. Jefferson, any questions you have of the witness? You're on mute, Ms. Jefferson.
Sorry. Yes, I do.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Investigator Ruiz, for your service to the District of Columbia. You mentioned our community. Have you performed investigations on this corridor of Georgia Avenue before?
I have, yes.
Okay, so so is it fair to say you're familiar with the community?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned in your report that they had been operating prior. Was alcohol being served?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned that parking is limited in the area, and on your report, under the characteristics of the building exterior, and I'll just pause. Chair Anderson, do I need to show that for him?
No, if you're referencing to his report, you can direct him to where in his report you are.
Okay. Your report mentions that there's a limited amount of paid meter parking directly in front of the establishment and across, lining the 7300 block. And then you also mentioned Quilox Lounge, and your report states that they're at 7303 Georgia Avenue, and that's illustrated on your Exhibit 2. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is Quilox Lounge next door to Premier?
It's separated by another establishment.
Okay. And according to ABRA's records, which are public information, Quilox has a maximum occupancy and seat load of 49. So if there were a busy night and Premier were to maximize its occupancy load of 75, so you have 75 and 49, would you say that there is ample parking in the area?
I would say it would be rough and limited. Yeah.
Okay. In your experience, when you've performed investigations in this section, how often have you seen establishments, patrons come to these establishments on buses?
I've never observed anyone come on a bus.
Okay, thank you. In your report, you have Exhibit 18, which is a photograph of the residential street on Fern Place, closest to Premier Lounge. That's how you identified it. When you saw this sign, obviously it drew your attention. Were you given the impression that residents wanted to have patrons walking through the community late at night after 10 p.m. that would cause any noise or rowdiness or loitering?
I would take that there was a concern with the residents regarding noise based off of that sign.
Okay, thank you. On Exhibit 19 and 20, you have photographs of the exterior of Premier. And do you mind if I just pull that up? Can someone pull that up? Is there a way to do that? Because I want to ask him to identify something.
Mr. Ruiz, can you just share your screen again, please? If you still have that ability.
This
You
is
said
Exhibits
19?
19 and 20.
Okay, I see. Yes.
Okay. Could you just read what it says at the top? Maybe 20 between the two. What does it say?
On the black banner, it
Yes.
says Premier. And then on the front, it says Bar and Lounge, which I believe is, yep, Bar and Lounge, and then their Instagram handle.
Okay. And did you ever look up their Instagram handle?
I have, yes.
And did you see any posts regarding the sale and consumption of alcohol at the premises?
Yeah, I've seen advertisements relating to events being held there, yes.
Okay. And did any of those advertisements indicate that a promoter was involved?
Not to my recollection.
Okay. My next question is, in your building under the section of building interior in your report, you say that Premier Lounge is a one-level establishment that has one main entrance on Georgia Avenue. The establishment has a back door that leads to the trash area in the alley, and that Premier Lounge does have an interior door that connects to a stairwell that will lead to the future planned barber shop operated by the same owner. Do you see that on there? That's under...
Yes, I remember that, yes.
Okay. So is based on that, what you wrote, there's only one way. Is it correct to say that there's only one way to get into the barbershop?
So there is, if you go through on that photograph, the brown door.
Okay.
That is the entry to a stairwell. That's the entry that goes upstairs. From that bottom landing, there's also a door, and it's in the photo, that leads into the bar area, which can be locked from the bar area. So if the bar was to keep that locked, nobody would be able to enter through there, but go straight up to the barber shop.
So is the barber shop applying for an alcohol license, or is it Premier Lounge?
Premier Lounge, and the alcohol license was applied for just the first floor.
Okay, thank you. When we go back to exhibit 19, I'm sorry, there was an echo. If we go back to exhibit 19 with the sign, was there anything on that photo that indicated that a barber shop would be anywhere on the premises?
No, there's no indication.
Okay. So if a patron were to come, no one would assume that the barber shop is not a part of the bar and lounge, because there's no sign that indicates that there is a barber shop.
Correct.
Okay. You in exhibit you mentioned that you were not able to get a hold of either applicants for the protest hearing. In your experience with ABRA, is that a regular occurrence?
Not normally.
Okay. And typically are applicants and licensees cooperative?
Regularly.
Okay. And when you meet with them, what is required of you to ascertain? In other words, what are you trying to find out?
Their business, the model of the business, how they desire to operate, as well as their responses to the protests and issues, and anything that they might, how they plan on to address some of the concerns in the neighborhood.
Okay. So since you were not able to reach them, then you're not able to surmise whether they actually plan to address any of the concerns in the protest letters. Is that correct?
Yeah, I've had no specific conversation with them in regards to the protests and concerns.
Okay. Your protest report also indicates that Mr. Campbell rented the use of a catering license in order to operate and offer alcohol and food. Can catering licenses be rented?
No, there was a caterer license presented during that operation, but we were unable to ascertain the alcohol purchase, where the alcohol was purchased from.
Okay. I'm sorry, there's an echo that keeps coming back. Based on, did you have an opportunity to review the application itself?
Hold on a minute, I'm sorry, Miss Jefferson, do you? He doesn't need to refer to his report anymore. I need him to close his screen because I want to see everyone. So please close your screen, please.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were you able to review the application that was submitted?
Yes.
And is that part of your regular duties in terms of a protest?
I would review what they're applying for, yes.
Okay. And in reviewing that application, did you find any discrepancies?
These are things related to the case that's currently before the OAG. I'm not sure if I can answer that.
I don't know what you're asking. I guess where I miss Jefferson, you're just asking the person their discrepancies. So I don't understand what's the relevance, what's the basis. You need to
So I'll give you
foundation.
Okay, the foundation is that the protestants have made
No,
allegations.
I'm saying you need to ask him. No, I'm just saying
Yep.
you have to ask him questions to lay a foundation because you're just saying, are there discrepancies in the application? I'm not quite sure why we even talking about an application being in discrepancies. So we need to lay a
Okay.
foundation before we
Okay,
can get there.
I appreciate that. So, Investigator Ruiz, since you were not able to speak with the applicants about their intentions of the nature of the business, did you look to the application to ascertain the content of your report in terms of the nature of operations?
I've reviewed the application and seen how they plan to operate, yes, under the description.
Okay. And as part of your investigation, did you look into the names of the applicants to verify that they are in fact whom they say they are? In other words, were their names correctly represented on the application?
Not sure if I can answer that, because that does detail the separate investigation into that application.
All right,
Chair Anderson, this is why we requested a qualifications hearing. So
but
that we wouldn't
that's
waste
a
people's
different
time.
this is a different issue, that man. This is a different issue. If you're asking, this is what you're asking Mr. Ruiz. You're using his report, his case report that's in the record. You have to ask him questions off his case report. Okay.
His case report references the other case report.
All right, but what I've said to you, it's an active case, and so if you want to bring something independent, but I think all that's in his report, he lists investigative history that there is a pending show cause case in front of the Office of Attorney General. This is a case that's going to come to the ABC board for the ABC board to make a determination. Now, I'm not going to allow extensive testimony on the facts on that case because this same board has to make a determination whenever that case is presented to us. So that's one of the reasons why I'm not going to allow extensive. Yes, you can say there's an investigative history, which he did, but that's not the subject of this matter. If you want to, as part of your case in chief, that you have factual information that you're presenting to the board, of course I'm going to do that. But we can't go into his case report, which is not the subject of this hearing, because, as I stated before, this is a case that will possibly come to this board for us to make a determination. Okay, so
Chair Anderson, part of the application process is for the board to determine if the applicant is qualified.
And what I'm stating to you, you need to ask that in your case in chief. I don't believe that is not a question for this investigator to respond. That's all I'm saying.
He is the same investigator in that report.
But you're missing the point, man. I can't allow him to prejudice a case that we haven't heard yet, because this is a case that the hearing of that the Office of Attorney General will present to us, and we have to make a determination. As you know, the person is innocent until proven guilty. So where we have right now are allegations. There are allegations that were raised. So therefore, we can't deal with allegations. So that's why I'm saying you're better off in your case in chief presenting information that you have.
I do have that. I have it as an exhibit that I would like to enter into evidence.
When you start presenting your case, ma'am, you can do that. I'm limiting you by saying you can only ask this investigator about what's in his report, what he just testified to. You can't ask him questions that he didn't testify to. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that when you start presenting your case, let me see what this year you're presenting. And if you have a witness who's going to testify, that's fine. But I'm limiting the questions you can ask this investigator because he can only testify about what is in his report that's in the record. And the other document, the case report that you're saying that he investigates, it's not in the record.
It actually is. You are correct. The full report is not in there, but it is referenced.
He referenced, and I did ask him a question. I did ask him a question to say that if this establishment is not open, how is it that they have an investigative history? And he said there is basically an allegation, and what I stated, because when I looked at it, it stated that it was referenced to the Office of Attorney General. And so I'm trying to say to you that because this is a case that will come back to this board for this board to make a determination, I can't have testimony about the facts in that case from this investigator. If you have a witness in your case in chief that you want to present information, so be it. If it's relevant information, but this is not something that's in this witness cannot testify on that issue in this case. That's all I'm saying, ma'am.
Okay, so there are two cases, just to be clear. One has already been adjudicated by the board. I want to clarify that. So there is case 21-CMP 00079, in which Mr. Ruiz was the investigator. That has to do with district space.
But is that reference in his report? No. Alan.
I will continue on. I have asked in my PIV, I have, and in my report, I have listed Mr. Ruiz as a witness.
All right. This is a board's witness. He's testifying, and so you're saying that is there any reference to that case in his report, in this report that's in the record?
So I will go back to my question in which Investigator Ruiz mentioned that they had been operating in 2021. That is in reference to case number 21-CMP 00079.
Hold on a minute.
So I will ask him questions about his observations in their prior operations.
Hold on, Miss. Hold on. In Mr. Ruiz's report, in the investigative history, it says May 19th, 2022, case number 22 CMP 00038.
I'm not referring to that.
Statement. That is the only case that's in that's what I'm trying to say. You can't ask him about any other case, ma'am. There's no reference in his report for case number 21 or whatever case that you're talking about, because
the case number is not explicitly referenced. He says, Mr. Campbell rented the use of the catering license belonging to District Space, ABRA license number 112204, in order to operate and offer alcohol and food. Mr. Campbell stated that the caterer was solely responsible for the alcohol and food expenses and sales during that time. That was in case number 21-CMP 00079, in which Investigator Ruiz was the investigator. That was not in the case that is being adjudicated and going before the OAG.
All right, hold on, miss.
District Space was resolved in a different form.
But I think you're missing the point I'm making, and I'm not trying to be argumentative with you, okay? I'm reading his case report, okay? I don't see any, that's not in this case report that I have in front of me. That's why we're having this conversation. Hold on, man.
Would you like me to show you the page?
I have my computer screen, and which I
this is under applicant Everett Campbell, the third paragraph.
Hold on, hold on. I just lost my page. All right. Just give me 1 minute. Let me get back to my computer. Let me get back to the report. What page is this at? What page is this now, ma'am?
Yes, it's on page 3, right above characteristics of the neighborhood. It's the paragraph that starts with Investigator Ruiz had discussions with Mr. Campbell previously when Mr. Campbell was operating Premier Lounge prior to his application. During that time, Mr. Campbell rented the use of the catering license belonging to District Space, ABRA license number 112204 in order to operate and offer alcohol and food. That case in which that matter has already been adjudicated. That is a matter of public record.
All right, so what's the question are you asking him now, ma'am?
So the question that I asked Mr. Ruiz was, and I've almost forgotten the question because we've gone back and forth so much. But Mr. Ruiz, my question was, I'll start with foundation. Is that related to the case that is referenced later on in your report? Is that the same case? Let me reframe it, sorry. Is that the same case? District Space and the case that you reference later in your report under investigative history?
It's not the same case, no.
Okay. When you say Mr. Campbell rented out the use of the catering license, did you go to the premises?
Yes.
And you met Mr. Campbell then?
I've met Mr. Campbell, yes.
And at that time period, how did he introduce himself?
Initially ABC manager and then owner, fine, after further conversation.
And when he mentioned that he was an ABC manager, did you look into that to determine whether he was, or did he show you something?
He showed it. He presented me the ABC manager's card at that time.
Okay, thank you. And would you happen to recall what the name was on that card?
Everett O. Campbell.
Okay, thank you. And is it part of normal practice that the premises owner, I'm sorry, I asked that question already. Hold on just a second. Have you met Mr. Allen at any point in time?
Yes.
Okay, and when did you meet Mr. Allen?
March 2022, approximately.
Okay. I'm just looking through my list of questions. I just want to go back to one statement that you made earlier at the beginning. This is when I inadvertently objected and Chair Anderson corrected me. I just want to clarify. You said that your testimony stated that the applicant was licensed as a tavern. Do they currently have a license, or are they applying?
They're currently in the application.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. Let me just see if there's any other questions. Hold on. I'm sorry. I wrote notes. I apologize, Chair Anderson and board members, I know you've seen me with all my binders before in the past, so this is a digital world, so it's a little different. And I'm trying to be mindful of the time. No further questions.
All right, thank you. Any questions that any other board member would like to ask? Or hearing none. Are you saying, Miss Jefferson, that you plan to call Mr. Ruiz in your case in chief?
Yes. Not as the chief witness, but as one of two.
As one of your witnesses.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Ruiz, you will be recalled when once the applicant, once the protestant has called his case, that you will be called as a witness. So I need you to be available to be a witness later on in the hearing, sir. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. All right. The process, this is where the process now goes, is that the applicant will present his case. I just want to advise the parties that what I'm going to do is that I'm going to take a break every 2 hours. And so we started this hearing at 3 o'clock. So probably around 5 o'clock, a reasonable period around 5 o'clock, we'll take a break. And if this hearing goes till 7 o'clock, we'll take another break at 7 o'clock. So just want everybody to know that we will take a scheduled break every 2 hours for folks to present themselves. All right. So Mr. Allen and Mr. Campbell, how do you present to who's presenting this case, and who's presenting the case, and how do you plan to present the case?
I will be presenting the case. Also, for the exhibits, we did not really submit any exhibits initially.
I saw your PIP, and so there's no document submitted in the PIP. So what were you saying, sir?
No, just I was letting you know there will be no exhibits that we have to present. Like I said, this is our first hearing for that, to the alcohol board, where we're new to us. Go ahead.
All right. So how do you present? Are you going to call? Do you plan to call Mr. Campbell as a witness? You're Mr. Allen, or are you Mr. Campbell?
No, I'm Mr. Campbell. I'm Mr. Campbell.
You're Mr. Campbell. So you are you planning to call Mr. Allen, or are you just going to testify yourself?
I'm just going to testify myself.
All right, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
All right. The establishment, Premier Lounge, the license that we're applying for, there was a previous establishment there for well over 20 years with the same license, which, to my knowledge, there were no issues with, violations with that particular establishment, and we're opening the same type of establishment, a neighborhood bar and lounge, catering to the community, and to basically facilitate the community and to engage and do events for the community. And we've made numerous attempts to work something out with the community to get their issues addressed and resolved. Even previously, even right after our first appearance in front of the ABC board, I sent out 2 emails to Ms. Jefferson, and none of them were actually.
Mr. Campbell, I don't mean to cut you. I don't want to. If you want to just generally say that you've been trying to negotiate, but I don't want to hear clearly the parties were unable to negotiate, so we're coming to an agreement. So that's why we had a protest here. And so what I need from you is to tell us about your business plan. Why is it you believe that we should give you a license? Those are the type of information that I expect to hear from you, sir, in presenting your case. So I guess you can generally say, we tend to negotiate with the community, but clearly you were not able to reach a settlement agreement. I try to see if we could do that earlier today. But since there's no settlement, we're at a hearing. And so here it is that the board you need to present us with information. why is it that you believe that you're a fit owner for this, for the agency, I'm sorry, for the board to grant you a license? And that's what I expect to hear from you, sir. Okay.
Okay, well,
Tell me about your business model, what it is that you're presented. Go ahead, sir.
All right, like I said, Premier Lounge is basically going to be a real restaurant, neighborhood restaurant, bar and lounge. We sell finger foods. We currently have our menu stuff online. Also, Uber Eats, we're licensed to actually open now and sell food to the public. We'll be doing comedy shows as well as jazz shows. We also work with MPD. I work closely with MPD. I'm in the security business as well. I own a security company, which I have over 160 employees. Background, I ran waste management companies for well over the largest companies within Syria for over 20 years. I've served as operation manager of managed accounts such as NSA, the architect of the Capitol, Reagan Airport. Just to give you a background, my history. As far as the restaurant industry, this is my first restaurant business I'll be opening. But our manager is fully experienced, well over 15 to 20, close to 20 years. They'll be assisting us in this endeavor. Pretty much that's it.
That's all you have to present, sir?
Yeah, that's pretty clear. Good. Yeah, that's it.
Ms. Jefferson, do you have any questions? You're on mute, Ms. Jefferson.
Chair Anderson, please remind me, I'm sorry, it's been 3 years since the last protest hearing, as well as a pandemic and everything else. I would like to move to admit some items into evidence to ask Mr. Campbell about them. Would you like me to do that now?
What documents, what exhibits do you have now?
Do you want me to go through all of them or just the ones for him?
What exhibits are you asking us to move into evidence?
Okay. I just want to, first of all, confirm the investigator's report and the attachments would be invited into evidence.
Hold on.
That's exhibit 1 on my PIV. Would you like me to show my screen or you have everything?
Well, I think the bottom line, all right, hold on. All right, hold on. Okay, so you're saying what's exhibit 1?
Exhibit 1, it was just going to be the investigator's report, just making sure that that gets admitted into evidence.
Which you're talking about the case report that Mr.
Yes.
just testified to?
Yes.
That's automatically record. That's a part of the agency's record. So that's
Okay.
that's in the
Exhibit 2 was the placard.
that's in the investigator's report.
Exhibit 3 was our protest letter.
That's in the case report, so it's already in the record.
Exhibit 4 was our motion for continuance.
The motion was denied, so I don't understand. It's not relevant to be in this case, so I'm not gonna allow that to be there. That's not relevant. That you made a motion, the board denied your motion, and I believe the board denied your motion because, as we stated, because it's a new license, by law, we have a specific timeline to issue a license. So unless the licensee had agreed to the continuance, the board cannot on its own grant a continuance. So I'm not going to allow that in evidence because that's not relevant to this case.
Exhibit 5, which is board order 20-22-242, where the board indicates that we may bring up our concerns about qualifications at the protest hearing.
This is a board order that was issued, so it's part of, all right, that's fine.
Okay. Exhibit 8, which is the purchase of the business in which Mr. Campbell just referenced.
Why is this relevant to, why the purchase of the building is relevant to
The business, not the
to your
building, the
protest?
business.
I'm just saying, why is that relevant to your case?
Because the business was a prior licensee that was suspended.
And what's the purpose of what's the purpose of including this as a document for the board to consider?
It has to do with qualifications and representations on the application itself.
Are you going to have someone testify about this document, ma'am?
Yes.
Who's going to testify about this document?
Mr. Campbell, he just mentioned that he bought the.
All right, fine. So why don't this here? So why don't you testify? Why don't you ask him about the document? It's one of your witnesses. So
Okay.
we have this document.
Yes, and then I there's just a few more items.
We can. All right.
There's not many. This is not my 100 list of evidence like I've done in the past.
No. What I'm saying though, I don't have a problem. If you want me to move documents in evidence, you need to have someone testify on the document. So you can call the exhibit, what the exhibit is, have the person testify, and then once the person has testified on the document, then you can make a motion that we move it in evidence. So
okay, happy to do that.
8 is a document. All the other board documents, all the other board documents, they're part of the agency's record. So I'll take administrative notice. Excuse me,
thank you.
That they're part of the agency's notice. So now you have this lease agreement that you want, the purchase agreement, I believe, which is Exhibit 8. So if this is something, then since Mr. Campbell is a witness, you can ask him about it. And then at the end of the testimonies, then you can make a motion to include this in the record.
Okay. So I'd like to bring up Exhibit 8. Do I need to share my screen? How does this work?
In order to do that, ma'am, you would have to share your screen. So I'll tell Ms. Foshbaum to Miss Jefferson. I need to tell Ms. Foshbaum that she needs to allow you to share your screen. So Ms. Foshbaum, can you please allow Ms. Jefferson to share her screen, please?
This has been accomplished.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know what you can see and can't see. Okay. Exhibit 8. There we go. So, Mr. Campbell, good afternoon. How are you?
Pretty good.
Do you recognize this document?
Can you please open the document first, ma'am?
I did. It says I'm sharing.
Yes, ma'am, but you need to click on the document to open the document. I'm seeing all your exhibits, so you need to click on the document that you want us to look at to open it.
Okay, I did that. I'll do it again. Can you?
You need to use your cursor, double click on the document so it can open.
So I did that. It's open. It says you're sharing your screen.
Yes, ma'am, but then you're sharing your screen. I'm looking at all your exhibits. So now you need to go to the exhibit
it says you're
itself.
sharing 2 documents. Let me see why it says I'm sharing 2. People are viewing 2. I don't know how you're viewing 2.
I don't know what, but I'm just saying you need to go on the document, click on the document, and
I'm
open
going to
the
try
document.
this again. There we go. I think this is okay.
Yes. Can you make the document larger, and then can you please ask him to identify the document, please, ma'am, before you ask him a question?
Okay. Can you see the documents?
We can all see the document, yes.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, does this document look familiar to you?
Yes.
Can you please identify what the document is?
The document serves as a bill of sale for the new 7307.
Okay. And what is the new 7307?
Well, it's the name is formerly a company that formerly owned Charlie's.
Okay. So you were sold this business, is that not correct?
Correct.
And what did you pay for this business?
$1.
And you actually paid the $1?
Yes, I paid.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to, sorry, Chair, did you say you want me to move to admit them now or move to admit them at the end?
Is this all the questions you're asking them about this document?
Yes.
And so you want to add, you want me to move this document into evidence?
Yes, please. So I couldn't recall if you said wait to the end and ask or wait after
No,
each
I said
question.
after when you've asked him questions and you're done, then you can make a motion to move the document into evidence.
Okay,
And
thank you
so-
for the clarification.
All right,
So
so
I
Mr. Campbell-
actually have a follow-up question on this.
Go ahead, please, Sam.
So, Mr. Campbell, when you bought the business, what was the trade name?
The trade name was Charlie's.
And were you aware of any lease that Charlie's may have had?
No, no.
Okay. And where was Charlie's located?
7307 Georgia Avenue.
Is that the same place or same premises as Premier Lounge?
Yes.
Okay. And based on your knowledge, did Charlie's have a prior alcohol license?
Yes.
They did. Okay. And okay, thank you. I move that Exhibit 8 be moved into evidence.
Mr. Campbell, do you have any objection?
No.
So moved. So we have moved Exhibit 8 into evidence. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry. Mr. Campbell, do you plan to sell alcohol on the internet?
No.
Okay. And you mentioned several times that you've been operating as a restaurant.
I said we're licensed operators as a restaurant. I didn't say we've been operating.
Okay. So what can you please clarify for us what exactly what endorsements you're applying for?
Endorsements? Well,
yes.
Well, we're applying for a tavern license and with entertainment license as well to serve alcohol. Specific, I don't know that proceed DC code, but we're applying for entertainment license and tavern license.
Okay.
So you're applying for a tavern license with an entertainment endorsement. Is that what you're requesting, sir?
Yes.
And are you also requesting for a cover charge?
Oh, yes, yes.
So you're applying for a tavern license with an entertainment endorsement and a cover charge.
Correct. Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Jefferson.
Mr. Campbell, do you know who completed the application?
I did.
You did. Okay. And so are there any other endorsements that you are aware of that you are applying for based on the nature of the business?
An outside cafe.
Okay. Anything else?
Just the outside cafe. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So with this entertainment, do you propose that dancing would be occurring?
Inside, yes.
Okay. And do you recall Investigator Ruiz mentioning that there was a stage near the front?
Yes.
Okay. Would dancing be occurring on that stage?
I would say not as many for comedians and so forth, but it's I couldn't tell you. It's not made for that particular for dancing. Like I said, it's for when we have comedy shows and so forth. That's what the stage for is. But it's entertainment, so probably yes.
Okay. So your entertainers would be dancing on the dance floor?
Yes, I would assume
On
they
the
would be there.
stage, excuse me.
Yeah, on the stage,
Okay.
on the stage. Yes, I would assume
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And is there anywhere else to dance within the premises? On the inside?
On the inside, yes, there's room for dancing. Yes.
Okay. And does this include employees or is this just the patrons?
The patrons, not a whole lot of room, but there is room. Yes.
Okay. How often have you been to the establishment since it was placarded?
I could not tell you the exact amount of times. Can I go by and make sure everything's in order, make sure there's no trash or anything around the premises. But I couldn't tell you exactly how many times since the placard, maybe about 8 or so, 10. But I check on it, make sure to go check on it. I can monitor the cameras from my phone. We have cameras surrounding the building, Georgia Avenue, the back alleyway, cameras all over. So I can see right from my phone as well.
Okay. So have you actually seen the placard?
Yes. I put the placards on the door myself.
Oh, you did? Okay. And did you read it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to present Exhibit 2, which is the placard.
That's already part. You want to show him the exhibit?
I would like to show him the exhibit.
All right, so go ahead, ma'am. It's already part of the record. I'm taking administrative notice of the placard, but so you can ask him about the placard.
Okay. Hopefully it's working. Okay. Are you there, Mr. Campbell? I'm sorry, all my little windows got smaller, so.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Can you read the licensee name?
The new 7307 Inc.
Okay, and was it your prior testimony was the same name of the business that you purchased? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and will you read the trade name?
Premier Lounge.
Okay, is that the same trade name as the prior business that you purchased?
No.
Okay. Under the nature of the operations, can you just read what it says?
A bar lounge that will serve finger food, seating capacity of 55 with an occupancy load of 75, sidewalk cafe with 8 seats, entertainment endorsement to include dancing and cover charge inside the premises only.
Okay, thank you. Chair Anderson, you took administrative notice that this was already on the record. I'm going to move to another exhibit. I don't mean move as in move motion, but as move because I'm establishing foundation.
The placard is, I'll take administrative notice that the placard is a part of the record, the board's record. Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Can you see this document?
Yes, I can.
That application?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, do you see this section right here where my mouse is? I don't know if you can see me.
Yes, yes.
Can you read just what it says at this top banner?
Or to be completed by applicant.
Okay. And it was your prior testimony that you completed this?
Correct.
Okay. Under number 5, can you read the items that are marked?
Yours, sidewalk cafe, tasting permit, brew pub, on-site sales and consumption. But that there was a correction made, and the pub was actually that was removed out of the application. And tasting permits, those were actually removed.
And so when you say removed, by which means were they removed?
Hold on a minute, Ms. Jefferson. The only license that's up for discussion today that the board will rule, it's what was placarded. It's irrelevant what's on the application.
Okay.
If it was not on the placard, it is not it's not something that we'll discuss today. So it's not relevant for us to go through the application to see what was checked off on the application itself. The only type of endorsements that are subject to this hearing today are the endorsement and the license class and category that's on the placard. Okay.
I appreciate that. I wanted to ask Mr. Campbell, how the folks in licensing knew how many people to put for the sidewalk cafe. I don't see, he said that that was marked. So I don't see a number next to that. So I'm trying to understand what he applied for. So, Mr. Campbell, you know, under sidewalk cafe, it has seats and blank. How were they able to ascertain what your intent was for the sidewalk cafe?
An amended application was submitted to Opera, and was accepted. So with the seating capacity of 8 and the removal of the pub and tasting permit.
And do you recall the date that that amended application was submitted?
I do not recall the exact date, but I could try to find it, but I do not recall the exact dates right now. Try to find it for you.
Are you waiting for him or?
Yes, I was waiting for him. I was waiting for him. I'm sorry. I can go. I can continue on. I'll continue.
Remember, as I stated before, if the board is going to grant a license, it'll be based on what was placarded. Okay, that is the limitation of what the board can do. The board can limit what's on the placard, but the board cannot expand what's on the placard. So it's irrelevant what's on his application. We can only make decisions about, and I'm glad that you had him go through the placard, because that limits the jurisdiction of the board. So we will only make determination based on what's on the placard, not what's on the application.
Thank you. That was my intent, sir. I appreciate that. If you don't mind, let's go to the next page. Item number 6. Can you read your response to item number 6 on this page?
Okay. Barbershop will be operated upstairs on the 2nd floor.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to talk to Investigator Ruiz about this barbershop?
Not extensively, because the barbershop is not even open as yet. But he asked when he visited, do we have another establishment that will be operated? Which I told him the barbershop upstairs, but the barbershop is not open as yet, and the barbershop has its own entryway and a door that closes off from the bar itself. Could be locked.
Okay. Given your proposed hours of operation of the tavern, and this is just getting more information on the nature of the business, will patrons in the barbershop be able to come down and get a drink without going outside? Like, can they just come down the stairs and go through?
No, completely separate entry and exit, 2 different establishments. They need to go out and one door and enter the other establishment.
Okay, and will you be serving alcohol in the barbershop?
No.
None at all?
None.
Okay. And your certificate of occupancy that you have, is it based on just the 1st floor, or is it based on the entire premises?
1st floor.
The 1st floor. Oh, and do you have a basement on the premises?
Yes.
Okay.
The 1st floor gets basement, yeah.
Basement meaning subterranean.
Yeah.
Below ground. Okay. Can you read number 7?
Okay, number 7. The question: could you have or previously held a license for the sale of alcohol beverage?
And what was your response?
No.
Okay. Now this is related to the business. Was it your prior testimony that the business had a license?
Yes, before I purchased it, yes.
Okay, so, thank you. Sorry, wrong mouse. I'm gonna scroll down. Do you see item number 14?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you explain your rationale for not completing that?
This application, I'm not sure this application you've seen, but the other application, the amended application, this was filled out here.
Okay,
Yeah, this was filled out.
okay.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah, I'm not sure which application you have, but yes, this was filled out.
Okay.
Ms. Jefferson, why are we going through? I've never had a case where we're going through an application. So why are we going through? Why are you cross-examining a witness on an application? Why is this relevant to what we have to do? I mean, why are we going through an application?
Oh, it's relevant to their qualifications.
The application?
Yes.
Can you get to the point? Can you get to the point, ma'am? Because
Yes.
I don't see the
It's under
relevancy
fitness
of-
for licensure,
but
adhering
I-
to laws and regulations, including making false statements on an application.
but I don't know where you are yet. I think what Mr. Campbell has testified that the application that you are reviewing, that it was amended. He has stated that it was amended. I don't know that's what he stated. He stated that there was an amended application. So this is not the application. He filed an application and it was subsequently amended. So I'm not quite sure why we're going through an application.
So we're going through this, Chair Anderson, because you mentioned the timeliness in which a protest hearing may occur. And so if the placard is based on an application that was amended, then the tolling and the timing changes.
No, but the placard gives you the 45 days. Now, a person can send an application in at any point, but then for whatever the agency will review the application, and if and say it's not ready to be placarded. But once the agency accepts the application as complete, then the agency will notify the community that someone has applied for a license and your 45-day period starts this day. So we, the agency, are the one who established the timeline. So I'm not quite sure how is this an issue if we've already, based on the date on the placard, we're the ones who have now decided, not based on the date of the application, but when we issue the placard in notice, we're the ones who have stated that this document is ready to, the community is now on notice that this is a period that they can protest this application. So that's why I'm saying it's not relevant for us to go through this application, because
it actually is. If you'll please let me allow me to go through.
Let's remember, you're cross-examining a person, and if I was counting this time against your time, you'd be losing your hour. So it's always better for us to use our time to do direct testimony. Okay, that's all to do direct testimony, not in the sense of I'm not sure. I'm being very honest. I don't know where you're going with this, and I'm not. This is not helping me make a decision. Okay.
Okay. Mr. Campbell, can you look at number 19? This has to do with appropriateness.
Okay.
Okay. Can you read your response to 19A?
19A.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I can't lower the screen here. Okay.
I'll zoom it up a little bit.
Can you zoom it up a little bit for me?
Sorry, this oh goodness. This thing at the top. There we go.
All right. Okay. I believe I could.
Oops, too big.
Okay. That's fine. You could just,
Sorry.
fine. That's fine. Okay. 19A, correct?
Yes, can you please read your response?
Okay, we are providing the surrounding residents with a neighborhood establishment they can walk to for a drink, watch a football game, eat listen to live band, keeping keeping the money in. Okay, keeping the money in the ward, offering you incoming residents local entertainment and walking distance.
Okay, can you explain what that has to do with real property values?
Well, an establishment like ours could actually enhance the community. We have an establishment, a restaurant that someone could walk to within the vicinity. They don't have to leave the neighborhood, and it's like I said, we're viable. It's a viable contributing to the residents. It actually helps bring the value, instead of to the neighborhood, to where they have, like I said, live entertainment that's within walking distance, versus leaving the area that's going to another area, so to speak.
And are you a licensed real estate agent?
No, I'm not.
Are you a licensed appraiser?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so is there anything in this application that indicates that the community told you that this would increase their real property values?
No, nothing. No.
So is it fair to say that this is just your opinion?
Based on research data, yes, I would say yes.
But you're not a licensed real estate agent?
No, I'm not a licensed real estate
Okay.
agent.
Can you read your response to item B?
Okay, we have uniform security also. Close relationship with MPD. All of our guests will be inside of our facility, not hanging on the sidewalk, which our security will enforce such rules. And also DC blocking of passage law at the close of business each day. Our staff police calls outer perimeter within the block and premises.
So you mentioned uniform security. Is who is this uniform security? Who are they employed by?
Uniform security. Well, we have Mr. Allen's agency. We also have numerous agencies that I work with, also security agencies. I've been in the security field for since 2012 as well. Work closely with MPD, so we have a wide array of contacts with security officers, also MPD, which I work closely with.
Are you a security guard?
Yes, I'm a licensed security officer as well.
In which jurisdiction?
DC.
You're a licensed security guard in DC.
District of Columbia. I'm an SP. I'm a special police officer.
Okay. And is it your plan to perform the function of security when the establishment is having entertainment?
No, we'll have additional officers. We'll have officers on site. And I will not be performing the security. I will be in addition, but I will not be the primary security officer.
But you would be performing security?
No, we'll have a security officer there. But
you said you would be performing. I'm just getting
I
clarification.
said we'll have a security officer there. If needed, I will assist, but there will be officers there, just like the staff is. There's an incident. All the staff, everyone, it's a team effort. But we would have licensed security guards there as well.
And would you be carrying your firearm at that time?
No.
Okay. You mentioned Mr. Allen's security agency. Is it licensed in the District of Columbia?
Yes.
Are you sure about that?
As far as I know, yes.
Okay. So do you recall the sign that Mr. Investigator Ruiz showed?
Which sign? He showed many signs.
About the sign that the neighbors have. That was his exhibit. I'll go back to his exhibit 18, the photograph where the neighbors asked for people to be quiet. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Item C, because I want to move forward, item C, can you read your response?
I was more prepared for this. All right, let's see here. Give me a little small visit. Okay.
I'll try to zoom in. Every time I
That's
zoom
fine.
in,
Okay,
it just
that's fine.
makes it too.
If I don't want you to mess it up. That's fine. Let's leave it. All right. C, right? Many of our customers are good. That's fine.
Yeah,
That's
that's the
fine.
part.
Okay.
Okay.
Many of our customers are from the surrounding neighborhood, walking distance. Also, the traffic we anticipate will be after 9 p.m. when other businesses on the block will typically close, leaving parking for our customers. In addition, 70% of our neighborhoods have private parking lots.
Okay. So you said many of your customers are from the surrounding neighborhood. Are these customers that have already gone to your establishment?
We're catering. The Premier Lounge is geared to cater to the community. Our target customers is the community. We want the community to come to walk from their homes, get a drink, watch sports game, and go back home. It's geared to the communities. That's what it's for. It's a neighborhood bar and lounge. What we're targeting is customers within walking distance. They walk to the establishment and walk back home. That's our target group.
Okay. And have you met with any of the local civic or citizen associations or ANCs?
Yes, we met with agency commissioner.
Which one?
Mr. Yates. Evan
Okay.
Yates, yeah, which
Okay.
actually endorsed us.
He endorsed you.
Yes, for provisional license and like
So
you said,
he submitted an ANC resolution?
yeah, we're applying for a stipulated license, which he endorsed us, and we have that document.
Well, stipulated license and the application for licensing is not the same.
Yes, I know. Yes. This was previously this was before this was contested. Yes.
So as it relates to this application, did the ANC support you? Did they provide a letter of support?
No, we did not actually request a letter of support. It was off the record. We've spoken as well. We've spoken, but we did not actually request on the record letter of support.
So this is just your assumption that this is something that the community wants and would go to? Because you've never actually met with the formal ANC, have
We
you?
met with individuals from the community, and we have met, like I said, Mr. Yates, which has stated he lived in that area for years and has been going to Charlie's and wants to come to Premier Lounge as well once we fully open.
Do you know where Mr. Yates lives, where Commissioner Yates lives?
No, I haven't looked up. No, I haven't looked up his address. No.
I'll just state as a matter of public record,
lives-
he lives at Tacoma, near Tacoma Metro, which is not within the impacted area. I'll move on. I'm almost done. Do you recall meeting Investigator Ruiz back when you rented the catering license?
I recall meeting Mr. Ruiz.
Investigator Ruiz. Do you yourself have any licenses with ABRA?
No.
You don't?
No.
So you don't have a ABC manager license?
Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry, black boy. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, yes, I don't have.
Okay.
Yes, I have ABC manager's license. Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you go to the required training?
Yes.
Okay. And when you went to that training, did you read the ABRA regulations?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. And when you read those ABRA regulations, after that, did you sign any document stating that you had read them?
Yes.
Do you recall that? Okay. Okay. So so you understand that by certifying that, you are stating that you understand what the law is and what's required of you.
Correct.
Okay. So can you help us to understand when Investigator Ruiz met you in the prior, did you present the license to, when the caterer was there, did you present a license for Premier?
No, we presented the license for the catering company. The catering company has a representative. They presented their license. I showed Mr. Roy as my manager's license, but the catering company showed their documents, their license, well, their documentation for the event. And I showed Mr. Roy as my manager's license and identified myself as the owner.
Did you show any type of license to consume alcohol at the premises?
No, for Premier, no.
What about for Charlie's?
No.
Okay. Are you familiar with your Instagram handle?
Actually, no, to be honest, I'm not a social media guy. I don't do any, I don't do any social media at all.
Do you all pay someone to do it for you?
Yeah, we kind of outsource it. Mr. Allen generally handles that.
Mr. Allen handles that?
He
Okay.
generally outsources it. Yeah, he takes care of that. So he outsources it to have individuals handle that, but I do not do social media at all.
And if Mr. Allen or you saw something on social media that was incorrect, would you ask someone to take it down?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the representation of your establishment on social media is a fair representation of what Premier Lounge is and how it operates?
I would say no. I've not really, like I said, I've not really been on social media a lot, Mr. Allen. But like I said, I've not been on there probably as much as I should have. So the general Mr. Allen, like I said, handles that. So I don't want to go to specifics because I'll be honest with you, I have not. I couldn't tell you. If you asked me about something on there, I really couldn't tell you because I don't even have a
Okay.
Facebook page.
I'm going to move on. Do you recognize this page?
Yes.
Okay. And are you the actual owner of the property?
No, that would be Eileen Gear. That was
Okay.
that was in the amended application too. I know where you're going. That was the amended application.
Okay, thank you. And I just have, let me see, one more thing. Actually, two more. Have you ever been interviewed for any publications about your business?
No, not myself. No.
You haven't?
No.
Okay. Let me do this. Can you see the screen?
Yes, I can see the screen.
Okay. Is that you?
No, that's not me.
That's not you.
No, he looks like me, but it's not me.
Oh, okay. So that's not you. So who is this?
That's Mr. Allen.
That's Mr. Allen. And where's this picture taken?
I'm not sure. I was not there, but that appears to be Premier. But like I said.
Okay. Okay. Let me just let me see if there's any other questions. Otherwise, hold on. Okay. No questions. I'll turn it over to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. Any questions by the board members?
I have one, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Okay. Good. I guess it's good. Still afternoon. Mr. Campbell. Good afternoon, Mr. Campbell.
Good afternoon. I could barely hear you.
I can barely hear Mr. Short. You're not on camera and I can hardly hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Your voice is, I don't know why your volume is so low, but your volume is very low.
Same volume I've been using all day, but at any rate, I'll try to speak a
No,
little louder.
I'm being serious. We cannot hear you, Mr. Short. We can't hear you. No, I'm serious. We cannot hear you, sir. You want to try to ask a question?
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right, go ahead. I think we can hear you better now. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. The question I wanted to ask Mr. Campbell is,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Campbell, have you ever operated a business and didn't have a license to do so? Ever?
No.
Have you ever represented that you had a license when you did not have one?
No.
When you were asked to produce your ABC manager's license, and using a caterer, did you know that you couldn't do that until you had a license to do so?
Repeat that for me, please.
Did you present an ABC manager's license to an Arbor investigator while having a caterer open a business for you that had not been licensed as of yet?
You said the caterer was not licensed as yet?
You were not licensed yet, as of yet. Did you do that?
Yes, I presented my manager's license to the Arbor, to the investigator.
Did you have a business license to operate a business at that time?
Yes.
You had a business license from whom?
I had a basic business license.
To sell alcohol?
No, not to sell alcohol, no.
So that means, with your theory, anybody with a basic business license can get a caterer and start selling alcohol. Is that correct? Is that your understanding?
No.
Why did you do that?
That was event. It was special events, which they were told that they're able to host events, like birthday parties, so forth. And the caterer naturally would provide, refreshments and food, so forth, for events, which they're permitted to do.
But you know that you didn't have a license to sell alcohol, correct?
Yes, we weren't.
And the caterer can only use his license at licensed alcohol establishments.
I was not aware of that.
So you did do that. You did all of the training to get your manager's license, but you didn't know that.
I was not. No, I was not aware of that.
What made you think that you could have a party with a basic business license and a caterer, and you had not got a permission from the Arbor ABC board to sell alcohol in the District of Columbia?
Well, I reached out and found, requesting some information, and I did some research just to see if they were able to host it when I was approached, and I did not see anything that was prevented that negated us from hosting it. I don't know those provisions actually you're speaking of, but I was not aware of that.
So that was October. That was October of 2021, correct?
Correct.
How many days had you been operating prior to that October date when the investigator came by?
No, October was the first time was any events hosted. October.
How many did you do before the investigator came and told you that you were doing it illegally?
I think they might have done maybe like 2-3 shows. Maybe like 2 shows, 2 events. Yeah, I think they might have did 2-3 events.
So had not the investigator came by, you'd have been still operating now, correct?
We were aware. No, we pretty much closed, operations. That we weren't, like I said, it wasn't an everyday thing. We weren't, like I said, they hosted. But I would not say we would continue to operate, but we did shut down once we spoke to the investigator, and that was not brought to our attention either. So we still weren't. I still, even after speaking to the investigator, I still wasn't aware that we were breaking the law. I didn't. We weren't aware.
Why did you stop then? Why did you stop? Why did you stop?
Because I did not want. I know the attention that that was being brought on, and I didn't want any extra. I didn't want any creating any issues. And it seems that there was a problem, like the investigator even being out there. I did not want draw that kind of attention, like I said, but I wasn't aware that what we did was we were not permitted to do. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. And like I said,
Okay. So you are a special police officer registered with the Metropolitan Police Department.
Correct. Correct.
Are there any regulations that you're trained under as a special police officer and registered with the Metropolitan Police Department about businesses? Special policemen go through training, correct?
Correct.
At the training academy in Southwest for the Metropolitan Police Department, correct?
No. Special police officers undergo a different training. Undergo a different training, 40-hour class, which is conducted by different schools and instructors, but not the training facility down Southwest.
Where did you register with the MPD? Where did you register with MPD to get your special policeman's license for the District of Columbia?
The Reed Center, DCR, the Reed Center, SOMB. Now DCRA pretty much handles it, but SOMB manages security license.
So you're a special police officer and you're on duty, and someone is breaking the law. Do you have arrest powers?
Yes, I do. On those premises that we're employed by only. Our jurisdiction, special police officers' jurisdiction, is limited.
Okay, I understand that very much so. I won't tell you why, but I do understand public safety very well. I would just simply say this to you: as a special police officer, and you were working a building, and someone had a basic business license, was selling alcohol, and did not have an alcohol license, what would you do if someone called you as a special police officer on a property that you had sworn to protect?
First, if they were operating on my premises without an alcohol license?
Yes.
Okay, naturally, that party would be shut down, but the first call would be to MPD, and we would notify District of Columbia, MPD, and then we would shut that party down.
So it didn't come to your mind in October of 2021 that you were doing something illegal, and you're a special police officer who knows better.
Yeah, that's not part. And special police officers, that is not part of our training. That is complete. Okay. That's out of our jurisdiction as well.
Thank you. That's all I have. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions for any of the board members? Hearing none. Miss no, well, you can only ask a question, Ms. Jefferson, based on the question that Mr. Short asked. Okay, so it's only based on the questions that Mr. Short asked. Go ahead.
Mr. Short mentioned to you about the violations, and your prior testimony was that you had read the ABBA regulations and certified to such. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You mentioned at the very beginning when you introduced yourself that there were no prior violations. Is that still a correct statement?
Prior violations, we weren't cited with any violations. To my knowledge, Mr. Weeds, we never received any violations. We never shut down. We spoke. Like I said, this is first news to me. I was never told that it was illegal. The catering company has a liquor license. We was unaware that this was not permitted.
Okay, that caterer, was it District Space?
Yes.
Okay, and were you aware that District Space was renting its license to other similarly situated businesses doing the same thing?
No.
You were not aware of that?
No.
How did you learn about the caterer?
Caterer, that was through Mr. Allen. That was through Mr. Allen.
Okay, but did you do any due diligence on who this caterer is? You just trusted your business partner?
Well, yeah, trust and relationship with anything, with trust.
Okay. No further questions.
Mr. Campbell, Any clarifications? I know that you're on the cross-examination, so it's still presenting your case, but any clarification that you need to give regarding the testimony that you just gave based on the questions that Mr. Short had asked or Ms. Jefferson had asked? Any clarification that you need to clarify the record, sir?
Just the license part for, sorry, the license for the caterers hosting events. To my knowledge, like I said, if we were breaking the law, so to speak, why I'm a little confused why we weren't shut down, where Mr. Ruiz didn't instruct us at that point, and we even reached out, like I said, to members down at Albra, just clarification. I was not aware of this statute, that this was, they weren't even, this was unpermitted. Otherwise, like I said, we wouldn't, like I said, we even allowed them to rent.
All right, sir. Anything else you want to say before you rest your case?
No, that's it.
All right. Ms. Jefferson, I said that I was going to take a break at 5 o'clock, but since you're going to now present your case, I believe that this is the appropriate time to take a break. So we'll be off the record until 5 o'clock. So we'll take a 12-minute break. So we'll be off the record. Everyone can just turn your camera off and turn your microphone off, and we'll be back on the record at 12 o'clock. Could all the board members look at your email, please? And please look at your emails. This is about an unrelated case, so please look at your emails, please. But we'll be back on the record at 5 o'clock. We're back in the record. Do you have a witness you wish to call, Ms. Jefferson? You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. I'd quickly like to call Mr. Allen if he's still available.
Who's Mr. Allen?
Mr. Allen was the other co-owner. Is he not available?
So you want to call the owner as a witness?
Yes. I don't see him online.
Well, I mean, did you ask? I'm sorry, Mr. Campbell?
No, let me check. He might have got disconnected here.
He was on earlier.
Is Mr. Allen voluntary testifying?
Only Mr. Allen can speak for Mr. Allen, I guess. Thank you all for your patience with us, and thank you all for your service to the District of Columbia. I know the last 2 years have been very challenging for you all, and I do remember late night and early mornings with the board down at 441 with reams of paper.
Well, Miss Jefferson, you're giving us another late night again today.
No, we're not gonna have a late night. I got things to do. You know, I got my summer wear on. I got things to do, so we're gonna wrap this up.
All right. But thank you for the compliment. But we're here. We're public servants here to serve the public. So, all right. So, Mr. Allen is testifying.
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Allen.
All right, Mr. Allen, can you raise your right hand, please? Mr. Allen, can you raise your right hand? I can't see you. I can't see you, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth? I can't hear you, sir. You're on mute. You're on mute. You're still on mute. You need to unmute your phone, sir.
Unmute my phone?
I can hear you now, sir.
Okay, I can hear you. Okay, great.
Also, just raise your hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Ms. Jefferson.
Okay. Mr. Allen, good afternoon.
How you doing, Ms. Jefferson?
I'm doing okay. We're getting close to the end.
That's great.
I'm going to be very quick, hopefully. You and Mr. Campbell are 50-50 business partners, correct?
Correct.
And you have a security business?
Yes.
Did you hear Mr. Campbell's testimony when he stated that security services possibly could be handled by your business?
Yes.
Okay, is that a factual statement?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell us the type of events that would have security services or warrant security services?
Well, if we anticipating a big crowd for a particular event, we would definitely make sure that we have security present. We would like to make sure we overstaff to make sure we have adequate security on premises to make sure that we control the pages on the interior as well as keeping people moving along as they leave and to keep the noise down and have them walk around in the alleys and in the neighborhood to try to assist with making sure everything in the area is taken care of.
Okay, do you mind sharing the name of your security company?
Executive Security Services.
Okay. Chair Anderson, I would like to request Ms. Fashbaugh to share to allow me to share my screen.
You probably still have that up. I don't think she took it away from you, so you can try again.
I think there she did. There it is. Okay. I'm just opening what I need to open. Okay. Mr. Allen, are you familiar with this document?
Can't see anything at this time.
You don't, no one sees anything?
I can see the screen. Can you see her screen? Can you see Exhibit 5, sir?
15, it's exhibit
No,
15.
sir.
15. So you can't see the document she shared?
No, I just see the grid of people. I can't see it. Okay, I can see it now.
Okay. Are you familiar with this document?
Yeah, I sure am.
Okay. And this is the same company you just mentioned?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you read what number 2 says?
The screen is small. No, I cannot.
Let me. Can you see it? I've zoomed it pretty large.
Yeah, I'm zooming it into Defended Executive Security Services LLC is a Maryland corporation.
Can you read the second part? It goes to the next page, please.
That provides security service in the District of Columbia, or in a district, and its surrounding metropolitan area.
And then can you read number 3, please?
Defendant Justin Allen is the founder and co-owner.
I can't see number 3, so can you raise your
sure.
screen?
Sure.
Yeah, Defendant Justin Allen is the founder and a co-owner of ESS.
Can you explain what this document is about as it relates to security services?
Can you be more specific?
I mean, why does this document exist?
I have to go through it again, but I'm familiar with it. Can you
Okay.
scroll back up? Okay, it's ESS with the District of Columbia.
Okay. And were you assessed from the Office of the Attorney General related to this security business that is proposed to provide security services?
We provide security services in DC.
Are you is ESS licensed in DC?
Yes, we have a license in DC.
What kind of license? Who gave you this license? Let me start back with that.
SOMB, Security Office.
Do you have a license with DCRA? We can't hear him. He's.
Handles,
Can you repeat yourself? There was a glitch.
SOMB, Security Office Management Branch.
Okay. And are you licensed with DCRA?
I'm licensed in DC.
That was not my question. I asked you if you were licensed with DCRA.
Yes.
So why does this document say that you're a Maryland corporation? Why doesn't it say that you're a Maryland corporation registered in the district?
Miss Jefferson, let me cut through the chase. It said that they are a Maryland corporation who does business in the district. So what the law says, you can be licensed, you can be a corporation, means that you're incorporated in Maryland, you can be incorporated in Delaware, you can be incorporated in California. All it says is that they're incorporated. That means that what it means is that they form their business in a different state, but they can operate in the District of Columbia, and that's what it says. So
that's not what it says. It doesn't say that they can operate. It says that they provide security. There's a difference. There's a legal distinction.
No, ma'am. It says they are Maryland. It says that they're a Maryland corporation that operates in the District of Columbia. Nothing is wrong with that. That's what it. Go back to.
It doesn't say that they're licensed to operate in the District of Columbia. There is a legal distinction.
All right, but let me ask you a question.
And I'm bringing this up in light of Betty's Gojo and Champion Kitchen that had a Maryland licensed security firm that was not licensed in the District of Columbia.
Miss Jefferson, hold on, Miss Jefferson. Okay, this is a court case. Is there anywhere? But listen, is there anywhere in this court document that was issued by the District of Columbia that said that they were operating illegally in DC? Is that in this document?
This document doesn't say that they are operating. It is silent. So I asked him the
But I'm saying,
question.
but ma'am, I'm just trying to cut through the chase.
Okay, I asked the question.
It's a court case. Is there anywhere in this document that says that they were illegally operating in DC? Is that in that? If that's not here, then that's not an issue because the court would have fined them by saying that you're illegally operating in DC. So if the document says that, then let's address that issue. But if it doesn't say that, I'm just saying nothing is wrong with them being a Maryland corporation. It says they're a Maryland corporation that operates in DC, and nothing is wrong with that. Okay, nothing is
I
wrong.
agree with you. The Attorney General's action was related to wages and not licensing. It's totally different. There are two different parts of the code. So I will move on. I'm just going to say for the record that operating as an employer under, Title 32 of the code is not the same portion of the code as being licensed. So I will move on to something else.
But Ms. Jefferson, I'm just stating though, if they were operating illegally within the District of Columbia, the Attorney General would also fine them for illegal operation. And so therefore, if that's not a part of this matter, one of the reasons why this matter was brought in the District of Columbia is because the District of Columbia has jurisdiction, although they are a Maryland company, they do business in DC, so DC has jurisdiction over them to issue a decision. If DC did not have jurisdiction over them, the Superior Court would issue a decision, and it would have the DC Superior Court would have to take the decision, take it to Maryland, and have Maryland implement it. But what this has said is that DC has jurisdiction over them. That's why they're ordered them to do certain things in DC.
That is actually not what the document says. I have litigated pro se in Superior Court as well as in federal court. The jurisdiction is the District of Columbia because the wage theft occurred in the District of Columbia. This is a consent order. It doesn't include all the issues, but I will move on in the interest of time.
Okay.
Exhibit number 16. Mr. Allen, do you recognize this?
Yes, that was a photo that was taken at one of the events.
Okay, where's this location?
Yeah.
Where was this picture taken? You said at one of the events. Where?
At Premier.
At Premier. And there's what's behind you?
Liquor bottles and wine.
Okay. And how did it get there?
How did it get there?
Yeah, like
It was placed there.
I mean, like, did you buy it? Was it there when you bought the business?
You said, how did it get there?
Yeah, how did the liquor, how did the alcohol and wine get there?
It was placed there.
It was placed there. And when it was by whom?
I can't recall it this time.
Okay. And at the time this photo was taken, did you have an alcohol license to sale or for sales or consumptions on the premises?
I can't recall it this time.
Okay.
This was at an event that
Okay.
the picture was taken.
For board members, this is Exhibit 16.
Yeah, what about Exhibit 16, ma'am?
He has identified himself in this photo. I'm not going to restate his testimony, but he has authenticated the document.
Okay, Mr. Allen has stated that this is him in this. So you want to admit this, you want to bring this in that you want us to you want me to move this in evidence?
Yes, please.
Mr. Campbell, do you have any objection?
No, sir.
No objection.
Okay.
So moved.
Thank you. Mr. Allen, you're very familiar with security. So is there a security plan in place?
A security plan in place for Premier?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Is it reduced to writing?
I'm sorry?
Is it written?
Is there a written security plan in place?
Yes.
For Premier?
Yes.
No, nothing is in writing as of yet. We're not open to the
Okay.
point where we need, so nothing is in writing as of yet.
And then do you have a plan for fire escape from, like the barber shop? Since there appears to only be one exit and
We're
entrance.
so are we discussing Premier or we
Yeah, we're
discussing
talking
the
about
barbershop
Premier.
now?
Well, Premier,
You
there's a
just
door that connects the two. So, when there's a fire, where do people go?
through the door to the exit.
Okay. And
So
that's,
what is your question? I'm sorry,
I'm just
I'm
wondering if
not
there's a
understanding
fire,
your question.
do you have a written plan for fire escape?
Yes, there's a plan in place for fire escape.
And it's written.
There's a plan in place for the fire escape.
Is it written?
There are signs posted and how to get out of the building when there's a fire.
Is there a written plan in place?
Sure, yes.
Do you have that?
Not on me right now.
Okay. Mr. Campbell mentioned that you're responsible for social media. Is that correct?
No, he didn't say I'm responsible for social media. He said I normally handles that and outsource it as well.
Okay. Thank you for the correction. And
No problem.
do you give them guidance as in what to post?
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Definitely.
In terms of content.
I don't micromanage them as far as like the content. I just give them an idea of what we would like and then let them go from there.
And if there was something objectionable on social media or something that wasn't accurate, would you have told them to take it down?
What do you mean in regards to not accurate? Like
So
wrong times, wrong.
wrong time, wrong event. Let's say they say, we're having taco night, but you're having barbecue. Let's say the
Right.
hours are wrong.
Right. If it's something wrong, I would have them adjust it, or I would adjust it myself.
So what about if they said that there was a cover charge? Would you have told them to take it down if that was incorrect?
If anything was incorrect, and I actually see it, then I will move to get it removed.
Okay. And so are events, is that the main avenue in which events are promoted or have been promoted in the past?
We had events at our establishment.
But how did people know to come? Was it
On
because of
social,
the Instagram?
one way was Instagram, yes.
What were the other ways?
Word of mouth.
Well, okay. So you use no other social media?
No, no, not for Premier, no.
Okay. And at any time, did you say that there would be drinks available?
I can't recall at this time. I'm not looking at the social media platform.
Okay. Okay. I think that's it for Mr. Allen.
Mr. Campbell, do you want to ask Mr. Allen any questions, sir?
Yes, Mr. Allen,
Yes, sir.
when did you establish your company? When did you start your company?
2013.
And your primary place of business was, where was that? DC or Maryland?
My office is located in Maryland, and we operate more so 90% of our contracts in the District of Columbia.
And from that time, you obtained the DC securities license from SOMB, correct?
Correct.
Huh? I can't.
Yes, correct. Yes.
And to say you still currently have a licensed security, a license to operate as a security agency in DC.
Correct.
All right, that's it. I have no more questions for Mr. Allen.
Any questions by any board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask a question of Mr. Allen.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Again, still, good afternoon, Mr. Allen.
Hey, how you doing, sir?
Right. Now, the picture that was taken with you standing in front of alcohol, where was that picture taken?
That was at premiere at our establishment.
What date was that?
I really can't recall.
Can you tell us who purchased that alcohol, and is it, how did you get the alcohol there? Was it there when you bought the building, or? How did the alcohol get there?
Anytime we have alcohol is through the catering licensee that we use.
So that was the caterer's
So
alcohol that was on the back of your bar.
anytime we have alcohol in the establishment, it's through the catering company that we use.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Campbell. Mr. Campbell,
Yes, I'm here.
do you have any questions to ask Mr. Allen based on the questions that Mr. Short asked? Just based on the questions that he asked, sir.
No.
Thank you. Ms. Jefferson, any questions you want to ask?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Allen, for your testimony. All right, thank you very much. Ms. Jefferson, do you have another witness?
Yes, I'd like to call Mr. Jackson Carnes.
Mr. Carnes, can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, you're a witness, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mr. Carnes. You are one of the protestants, correct?
That is correct.
Do you live in Shepherd Park?
I do.
How close are you to, how close is your residence to Georgia Avenue?
It's abutting.
And how long have you lived there?
I've lived there for, I want to say about 5 years.
Okay. 2 years ago, where were you employed?
I was an employee of the district or the council of the District of Columbia.
For which council member?
Councilmember Brandon Todd.
Okay, and what was your role?
I was the director of constituent services.
Okay. And in that role, you talked to a lot of communities, businesses, and residents. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. At any point during your tenure in Councilmember Todd's office, did constituents, residents, or businesses tell you that they want taverns, bars, lounges, or nightclubs on Georgia Avenue?
I cannot recall a single instance of that ever occurring.
Do you recall residents telling you that they do not want them on the corridor?
Yes.
Okay. Was it once?
Multiple times.
Okay. And can you tell me, last year in the fall, I'm sorry, last summer, starting around July, who did you work for?
I was the executive director of the Upper Georgia Avenue Main Street.
Okay, and what are the boundaries of that Main Street?
Georgia Avenue from Missouri Avenue on the south side to Eastern Avenue on the north side.
Okay, so would 7307 be within those boundaries?
Yes.
Okay, and as it relates to your role, is some of it promoting businesses?
It is.
Okay, and in doing so, the Main Street program, which is run by DSLBD, is it not correct that Main Streets can develop plans or strategies
Absolutely.
for their corridor? And have you seen one before for Georgia Avenue?
I have.
And was there anything in there that said that a tavern or bar would enhance real estate values for Georgia Avenue?
No.
Okay. How often do you walk on Georgia Avenue?
Almost every day.
Okay. Would you say that Georgia Avenue is a clean street?
No.
Okay. In your opinion, what do you believe contributes to the litter on Georgia Avenue?
I think there's a multitude of different factors. I think some of the businesses, particularly restaurants that operate as nightclubs or other types of establishments, contribute. There's also other issues with the clean team along Upper Georgia Avenue that contributes to additional litter in the area.
Okay. And, as it relates to peace, order, and quiet, if we were to combine your tenure with Councilmember Todd's office, your tenure as the director of Main Street, and just being a resident in this community, have alcohol licensees, assisted with maintaining the peace, order, and quiet in general, or have they been a detriment to them?
Generally a detriment.
Okay. And let's see. I think I have one more question for you. Maybe two. Have you been to Premier when you were the Main Street director?
I did visit once. I'm not sure I stepped in, but I did look inside. I was on a community walkthrough with community members, including Councilmember Janice Lewis George, and we observed a fully stocked bar inside Premier.
Do you remember when that was?
I believe it was the first or second week of October.
Of which year?
2021.
Okay. No further questions for Mr. Carnes at this moment.
Thank you. Mr. Campbell, do you have any questions of Mr. Carnes?
Yes, I have a quick question. Mr. Carnes, you say you walk up and down Georgia Avenue pretty much daily. Have you ever found any trash debris in front of Premier? Has that been an issue for you?
I have observed trash, yes.
Okay, in the rear of the property?
Yes.
Okay. Also, you stated that you've lived there for 5 years. There's several other businesses within the vicinity that has similar license. Cork and Bottle have an entertainment license and so forth. How do you view those businesses? Were they a benefit to the community, or were they a detriment to the community since they've been there before you moved there?
So Cork and Bottle is a liquor store. I'm not aware that they have an entertainment license. And they actually recently closed. I will say in the immediate area around Cork and Bottle, there has been an enormous amount of littering and as well as daytime drinking in public space.
Okay. What about Quillox Lounge?
There have been numerous noise complaints, as well as a group of neighbors that protested the liquor license for that establishment.
Okay, well, they are in operation with entertainment and liquor license. Okay, all right, that's it. No further questions from Mr. Carnes.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Any questions by any board members?
I have a question, sir. I'm sorry.
No, sir, you can't ask a question. If you have a question, well, the way it works is that Mr. Campbell is basically the lawyer.
Gotcha.
And so he
Yes,
has
sir.
to ask the questions. I can't have two people asking the witnesses questions. So if you have a question, maybe you can text Mr. Campbell, let him ask the question. I'll give you that, since you're an owner, I'll give you that so you can text him and he can ask a question for you.
Okay.
You still have the question that you want to ask? Huh? Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen? No, I think he's frozen.
Yeah, I'm here. Chairperson?
Mr. Allen was frozen. Okay, Mr. Campbell, do you have any other questions that you want to ask?
Yeah, one question for Mr. Carnes here. On that day, you said where you walk and then you looked inside Premier. Did you see anybody? Well, At that time, was one of us present? Was myself or Mr. Allen present?
There was somebody present. I don't recall if it was you or Mr. Allen.
Okay. Now, how were you able to see inside of the establishment?
Either you or Mr. Allen opened the door of the establishment.
Okay, and you stood out, the door was left open, or you walked inside? How did you see?
I did not walk inside, and I don't believe anybody else did from the walkthrough, but the door was propped open, and you could visibly see alcohol on the bar inside.
All right. No further questions.
Thank you. Ms. Jefferson, do you have any recross that you want to ask?
Yes, Mr. Campbell, sorry, Mr. Carnes.
Mr. Allen. Okay, go ahead, yes.
I'm sorry, the C's. Mr. Carnes, Mr. Campbell asked you about the trash in the front and the rear. How familiar are you with trash on Georgia Avenue?
I'm very familiar.
Do you participate in cleanups?
I do. I do a cleanup of Georgia Avenue nearly daily.
And when you walk Georgia Avenue, is it always during the day?
It is.
Have you ever walked Georgia Avenue when it's dark or nighttime?
I have.
Okay. And you mentioned the trash at Cork and Bottle.
Yes.
Is that attributed to patrons or some other means?
You know, I would say some could be patrons. There are many individuals that loiter in the area and frequently drink all day long. And emergency services is called regularly to the block to aid the individuals.
And do you think that enhances property values, seeing people publicly intoxicated in our community?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Is Cork and Bottle on the same block as Premier?
It is not. It is the next block to the north.
Okay. Okay, no further questions.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carnes, for your testimony today. Ms. Jefferson, how many more witnesses do you have, ma'am? One more witness?
Yes, just yes, I told you it's summertime. Look at you smile. I got a smile out of Chair Anderson. I should have done a screenshot. Usually you're fussing at me, and I want to just can we just get Miss Fashball? I don't know if she could just do a screenshot so I can save that, because this is a rare moment, and you don't know, my eyes are tearing up to have you smile.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson.
And then I got a smile out of Mr. Short too, like that. He doesn't smile too often either.
The reason why I'm asking you because I'm trying to schedule something else after.
Oh, you got plans?
No, I'm talking about another hearing. I'm trying to schedule another hearing.
I thought you had plans. Okay.
Yeah, but as a matter of, I always keep my Wednesdays open to do this because I never know when this will end. So but anyway, all right. So
we've had that 6:30 hearing spot before. I feel sorry for those folks.
All right, thank you.
So I'll be quick. I'll be quick.
Please. No, you can. Who's your next witness, please?
I wanted to call Investigator Ruiz. I just had just quick follow-up question.
Is Mr. Ruiz? Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz, you're still under oath, so you can ask your question.
Okay. Mr. Ruiz?
Yes.
I'm going to hold on, let me get ready. Your prior testimony was, hold on just a second. Chair Anderson, does he need to be sworn in again?
I start off by telling him that he's still under oath.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Ruiz, you mentioned the catering incident, and we talked about that prior. Were you the investigator in that matter?
I was, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm closing other documents so that, okay, there we go. Are, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm gonna just zoom it so.
Let me just ask you, has this case been adjudicated as yet?
Yes.
Yes, this case had an OIC done.
Okay, fine, then we're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, can you just kind of give us an overview, only as let's limit it to a premiere, what the date was and what this document is about?
Yeah, so this was from November 26, 2021. I visited the location to verify basically just a regulatory inspections as far as determine what kind of license was being used at the time, due to knowing that it was previously an unlicensed location. So I went in, made contact, and discovered through my investigation that a caterer's license was being used to operate for that evening.
Okay, and when you say you went through, is this Premier you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, and were you just randomly on the corridor, or was this in response to a complaint?
So the visit to Premier arose out of findings from visiting another location that this particular caterer was operating at, in which another investigator shared information that they were also at Premier Lounge, possibly operating as well. So at that time, I decided to go up and just verify and make sure everything was in order.
Okay. And I'll just go down to the part that's relative to this issue. It says here in your report, it's very faint and I can't make it darker. I apologize. I'm gonna try to zoom.
It's fine on my end. I can read it.
Okay. It's a very long paragraph. So I'm just gonna ask you to read, let's see, what is it? The part that says with the male employee, comma, later. Do you see that part?
Approached by a security guard, so bad. Male employee later identified.
Yes, that part. I'm trying to put my cursor there. I don't know if you can
Gotcha.
see.
I got it.
If you can start there.
So the male employee later identified as Everett Campbell, and I list the APRA license for that card that I observed, gathered the documents and directed Investigator Ruiz to a hallway to speak. Investigator Ruiz reviewed the ABC license and noted that it was issued to a previous tenant of the address whose license expired in 2016. Investigator Ruiz asked for the current ABC license, and Mr. Campbell stated that he misunderstood Investigator Ruiz's request. A male district space representative produced a copy of a caterer's ABC license for district space, and of course their APRA license number, and showed Investigator Ruiz a contract that was similar to the contract reviewed at the previous location I visit for Chuck's. Investigator Ruiz asked Mr. Campbell if he was the owner of the establishment, and Mr. Campbell said that he was. Investigator Ruiz asked the male representative for district space if he was an ABC manager, and he stated he was not. Investigator Ruiz asked if the caterer was on site, and the male representative stated no, but he had Mr. Lumaconda on the phone. Investigator Ruiz inspected the establishment's kitchen and found food available and being cooked on site. Investigator Ruiz also observed a fully stocked bar. Investigator Ruiz also observed approximately 40 patrons in the establishment, smoking hookah, dancing, and consuming alcoholic beverages. Investigator Ruiz asked Mr. Campbell where the alcohol came from. Mr. Campbell stated that the caterer provided the alcohol and the food. Mr. Campbell also stated that it was a private birthday party and not an event open to the public.
Okay. And as you mentioned earlier, this has already been adjudicated. So, is it, there was a license for the prior tenant that was showed to you. When a license is expired, is the licensee required to turn it in? What happens to the license?
Normally it would be destroyed. If it was turned in, I mean, it really depends, I guess. It probably was left behind.
Okay, but the license is not valid for the sale and consumption of alcohol at the premise. That license that you were showed.
It was not.
Okay, and it says right here that you conducted a review of social media, and those are that the Instagram account that the establishment had been operating since September of 2021 and was advertising being open to the public on Fridays and Saturdays from 3 to 3 and Sundays from 1 to 8. So those are your exhibits 23 and 29. Okay.
23 to 29, yes.
Oh, 23 to 2. So I'm going to just scroll through in the interest of time. See if we can, oh, let me get to 23. See. Okay, can you identify what this is, Investigator Ruiz?
This is an Instagram post posted by Premier Lounge in regards to a soft grand opening.
Okay. And what about this one? Is this still, this is exhibit 24. Okay, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make it big enough for the board to see, but large enough for them to see the image. So what is in this exhibit?
This is a photo of the stocked bar posted
Okay.
on their Instagram bar account.
Okay. And what's on this exhibit?
This is an advertisement for party for the location Premier Lounge, inviting the public to party every Friday and Saturday. Doors open at 6 p.m. to 3 a.m.
Okay. And this one here.
This is another Instagram post for advertising a Halloween party on Saturday, October 30th.
Okay. And what is, I can't see what this is. I don't know what this is.
This was, I believe, a screenshot or a photo of just people inside the establishment off the Instagram account.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you about this one. And so let me ask you, when you saw that Instagram account, did you get the impression that alcohol was being served and consumed? Or being advertised to entice people to come because they would be served and they would consume alcohol?
Yes.
Okay. And your report that I just showed you for the matter that's been adjudicated, that was in 2021?
Correct.
Okay. And District Space, how familiar are you with them? Let me reframe the question. How many investigations in the last year have you participated in where District Space was the caterer and they were operating with on the premises of a non-Abra licensee?
3.
3. Okay. Okay. Let me see. Mr. Campbell stated in his testimony that there were only 2 or 3 events without the license. So you were possibly at one of those 2 or 3. Do you, based on your observations, do you believe that's an accurate assessment?
2 to 3 events that he thrown with the caterer's license, correct?
That occurred at the premises where alcohol was sold and consumed. Do you think that was an accurate assessment?
I've been to 3 other events myself as far as visiting. I'd say it could be roughly accurate that I've personally witnessed.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you for staying on, Investigator Ruiz. I really appreciate it. I know you probably have to work tonight, so thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Campbell, do you have any questions for Mr. Ruiz?
Mr. Ruiz, just one question. Just at that night that we first met, was there, when you requested, I guess, the license, well, how did I hand over, I guess, the license? Were they in a just single license that is pulled out, or was it several licenses in like in something that I gave to you? How did I present that?
The license was in I guess a picture frame of some sort, behind glass or plexiglass of some sort with other permits and licenses, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so it was a food with food manager's license and so forth. Okay, once we got clarity on what you're requesting, that was presented, correct?
Yeah,
No,
I requested the alcohol license. Yes.
Okay, and was that cooperative at that time? Were we with you as far as your investigation?
Yep. Currently, at that time, you were cooperative. Yes.
Okay. Do you find any wrongdoings, any illegal activities?
Those that evening were attributed to the caterer. Yeah.
Okay, but not to us. But we did not. There was no legal activity that we were partaking in. We did not. There was no legal activity found. Correct.
Correct.
Appreciate it. That's it, sir. And we weren't shut down. We weren't told to. One question. We weren't told to cease any operations. Correct.
No.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Is it hold on. I think the question that he asks, I don't know what the answer is. You asked one question and he said no, but if he's saying that you are correct that there was nothing illegal, or is he saying that your question is incorrect? Because the response is no, and I don't know what that means. So, Mr. Ruiz, can you please clarify what you mean by no?
Premier Lounge that evening, I did not find violations of the law for.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Any questions? Are you done, Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I'm finished.
Any questions by any board members?
I'd like to ask a question, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Again, hello, Mr. Ruiz, Investigator Ruiz.
Hello, Mr. Short.
You said you found no illegal activity the night you were there?
Pertaining to the Premier Lounge itself, no.
Is operating a business and not paying any taxes on the whiskey you're selling in the District of Columbia, is that legal or illegal?
That would be illegal.
So you did witness illegal activity. If you saw people consuming and paying for drinks at the Premier Lounge the day you were there, and you were given false papers. So there was a lot of illegal activity from what the testimony I've heard today, unless I'm hearing
So,
wrong.
if I may just clarify,
Okay.
they, for that particular evening, which was my first visit to this location, they had a catering license presented by the caterer, which I've verified with the caterer that they were operating at that location. But so technically there was compliance, but there were violations that the caterer sustained for to include not providing paperwork for that evening. So
Okay.
so at the caterer at that time I found to be in control of what was going on.
So am I to assume that if I had a basic business license, and I hired a caterer, I could just operate. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not paying any taxes, of course. I'm not doing everything everybody else would, who has a legal license from ARBA. So I'm just trying to understand. That's okay for a basic business license to go out and get a caterer and start an alcohol establishment. Is that
I
right
don't
or
believe
wrong?
so. That's incorrect.
Okay, well, that's all I have. That's all I have, Mr. That's all I have. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. I just want to correct the record that Mr. Ruiz had talked about case. I don't remember the name of the case. I think it's 21. It's regarding district space.
79.
So I'm sorry. What was the case, Mr. Ruiz?
22 CMP 79.
And it's correct that all the violations that were found that night was against the caterer and not against this particular potential applicant. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is it that are you familiar? What's a caterer? Do you know what a caterer's license or responsibility of a caterer, Mr. Ruiz?
Yeah, somewhat.
So,
I mean,
as an investor, what is it that a
generally,
caterer
as
has to do?
So the caterer is hired for an event contracted by a customer to prepare and provide food, alcohol being incidental to the service that they do provide, which allows them to have an alcohol license. They're also supposed to purchase the alcohol because they are the licensee and control that alcohol, and then remove that alcohol from the event that day from the premises. So they can't store the alcohol. So each event is its own event in its right.
So you're stating that for that event, Premier Lounge had contracted with District Space, their caterer's license, to provide the food, and at least what your understanding to produce the food and alcohol for that night. Is that your understanding?
That's correct.
All right. Any other questions by any of the board members? Oh, that's not you, Miss. Yeah, not you. Board members. Board members. Any other questions by any of the board members? He's your witness, ma'am. This time he is your witness, so you'll get the last bite at the apple. Any other questions by any of the board members? And since there are no other questions by any of the board members, Mr. Campbell, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by Mr. Short and myself?
No, Chairperson.
All right, Ms. Jefferson, don't make a fool of me now. This is your opportunity you have the last It's your witness, so you have the last say.
Mr. Investigator Ruiz,
Yes.
I think the license that was shown to you by Mr. Campbell, was it posted on the wall?
Yes.
Okay, so when you entered the establishment, without looking at it closely, and seeing the Abra logo on there, is it fair to say your initial impression would have been, without reading it, that, oh, this is an Abra licensee?
That's what I thought at the time.
Okay. And so, in your opinion, why would someone post and keep on the wall an expired license? What's the point?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Is it, if you went to an establishment and didn't see an Abra license posted, would that be a violation?
Yes.
Okay. Once you found out that the license was expired, the fact that it was posted, was that a violation?
No.
That was not a violation.
No.
Okay. When you went there, was it your prior testimony that your intent was to examine the caterer?
Yes.
And so you didn't go there with the intent to look for violations at Premier. Is that correct?
I went there to review the premises and the establishment and what was going on that evening, knowing that it may have been a caterer on site, but wasn't 100% sure.
But that's what provoked you to go there in the first place, was another investigator, or at least your prior testimony stated that it was another investigator that prompted you to go to Premier in the first place, because they were alleging that the caterer, not the premises, was conducting or participating in illegal activity.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
When you go somewhere and you have a particular focus, has it ever happened where you may have overlooked something because your intent was to look at one particular issue? Or do you do a full compliance review for every premise you go to?
I mean, I think it's possible to miss something.
Okay. Is it possible that you could have missed violations when you went there in November and the caterer was there? Is it possible? I'm not asking you if you did. I'm just asking you, is it possible?
It could be possible. I'm not sure.
Okay. No further questions. And is this when I move to admit exhibits?
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Ruiz, for your testimony today. And I think that you are now free to go. All right.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Jefferson. Do you rest?
I'd like to do a closing. No more witnesses, but I'd like to do closing.
Yeah, both sides are going to have to do closing.
Yes.
All right, so what documents are you asking us to admit?
Okay, I just want to confirm, you had stated earlier that Exhibit 1 and
What was Exhibit 1?
That Exhibit 1, which was with the investigators report, Exhibit 2,
that's in the administrative record. So
yeah, that's what I'm confirming.
Number 1, right.
Number 2 is in the administrative record.
What's number 2, please?
That's the placard.
That's a part of the administrative record, so yes.
Exhibit 3 is in the record. That is the Group of 5 protest.
That's a part of the administrative record.
Okay. Exhibit 8, which is the purchase of the business.
That was moved into evidence, yes.
Okay. The Exhibit 10 is the application for licensing. Is that already a part of the record?
That's part of the administrative record.
Okay. Exhibit 11, which is the investigative report that we just talked about with Mr. Ruiz that's been settled with District Space.
That's part of the administrative record.
And I assume the order associated with that as well, which is Exhibit 12.
That's part of the administrative record.
Okay. Exhibit 15, I'm sorry, let me skip over that. Exhibit 16.
What's 16, please?
That was the article with the picture of Mr. Allen.
That was number 16, so I did admit number 16 to the record.
Okay. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, so now your rest. Where's Mr. Okay, there's Mr. Campbell. All right, now each side will have 5 minutes to do a closing statement. This is what I want. I need you to tell us what is it that you want the board to do specifically. So you have 5 minutes, Mr. Campbell, to do what is it to make a closing statement, and I need you to be specific what it is that you want the board to rule, and then Miss Jefferson, you'll have 5 minutes to tell the board what it is that you want the board to do. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Okay, we would like the board to approve our application. We've had that facility for over 3 years without incident, including the recent visit by our Mr. Ruiz inspector, which no violations were found that we're conducting ourselves in any illegal manner. We're no way trying to circumvent ABRA. We believed in our operations that we're perfectly operating, perfectly legal. Contracting with the catering company, which we had an agreement with for those 3 events. We believe Premier would be a viable addition to the community, and we're welcome to work with the community and to enhance it and to have an open dialogue. So we hope that the board will move to approve our application and move forward. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Go ahead, Ms. Jefferson.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for your patience this afternoon with all of us. And again, thank you for your service to the residents and businesses of the District of Columbia. As a border community that straddles the District of Columbia and Maryland line, Shepherd Park and Tacoma neighborhoods are unfortunately becoming accustomed to an overconcentration of last chance ABRA licensed establishments that exploit or have exploited the differences in alcohol beverage regulations between the 2 jurisdictions while maintaining their Maryland residency and derelict clientele. While normally our civic and citizen associations would protest such an application, several longstanding members of our community have decided to take a different approach. And we have protested in our personal capacities as this group of 5 or more individuals in the unfortunate event that any of us would need to seek appellate level review. We have stated this before this board on multiple occasions, but I will reiterate it again. Enough is enough. We are fed up and we are determined not to return to the old days of inappropriate alcohol establishments proliferating in our community because they believe that they can operate without impunity or are given multiple chances time and time again. We surmise that this licensing hearing should be looked through a racial equity lens, and that regardless of the racial makeup of the protestants or the applicants, that the board should be reminded that communities of color are disproportionately impacted in a negative manner by alcohol establishments, especially those that have already proven to violate the law. To be clear, and for the folks watching online, our community welcomes appropriate and law-abiding establishments. And in fact, we even support them financially. But inappropriate establishments that don't obey district laws, such as Premier, are not welcome in our community. The public depends on its licensed establishments to observe and follow all applicable laws and regulations. Premier Lounge has demonstrated through substantial evidence on the record today that they have violated the law time and time again since opening and have demonstrated even an unwillingness to follow district laws and regulations despite certifying that they have read them. The group has numerous concerns about the nature and operations of Premier Lounge, and we believe that this establishment is not appropriate for this locality and section in the district, which includes many family, young children, senior citizens, and houses of worship. As we mentioned in our protest letter, we are protesting the application based on peace, order, and quiet, including litter and noise, the adverse effect on real property values, the negative impact on residential parking and vehicular and pedestrian safety, and also the poor record of compliance. In addition, we believe that the board lacks the authority to grant this license because of false representations that were made, including omitting the fact that the new 7307 was a prior licensee that had its license suspended and then was expired for fail to renew. We believe that the applicants are not qualified and have shown that they are not of good character and have demonstrated that by substantial evidence on the record, and that they are not fit for the responsibilities of licensure because they've already shown to you that they don't even understand what the requirements are. So today, we are asking you to deny the application and to save our community from another establishment that will further deteriorate our community and cause a deterioration in property values, cause problems in public safety, trash, and litter, and also cause challenges as it relates to parking, vehicular safety, and pedestrian safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jefferson. All right, thank you, Mr. Jefferson. I want to thank the parties for their presentation today, and I appreciate the brevity of the case in chief. I mean, we are here to serve the public, and we will do whatever we need to do to serve the public. All right. Do the parties wish to file proposed findings and fact and conclusion of law? All right. So what that is that you can change your mind you can change your mind if you so desire, but let the board know. So what that means is that the transcript will be available, I believe, within 2 weeks. And so therefore that means that you would review the transcript, state what was in the transcript. You cannot add, it's a legal brief you're providing the board. You cannot add any new facts that did not come out today at the hearing. Okay, so therefore those responses will be due to the agency 30 days after you have received the transcript. Okay. All right. Mr. Campbell, do you have, I mean, that's it's not required, but the protester is going to file it, and so you can also file if you so require. But that's just it's not required that that's been done. That's, as I said before, we'll send you the transcript. You have to read the transcript, and then you draft to say factually this is what was presented, and this is what the law states based on the facts that were presented at the hearing. No new information. If it's not in the transcript, it cannot be argued in the document that will be provided to us. That will be provided to us. All right. So say before you should get you'll get the transcript approximately in the next 2 to 3 weeks, and that the proposed findings of facts and conclusion of law, they're due to us within 30 days after receiving the transcript. Right. So they will you'll get that. So let me close the record in this case. Any questions by anyone? All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 22 PRO 00022 Premier Lounge pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2575B4A of the Open Meetings Act and deliberating upon case number 22 PRO 00022 Premier Lounge for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will now take a roll call vote on the motion before it now that's been properly seconded. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2575 of the Open Meetings Act. Again, I would like to thank everyone for their presentation today, and the board will take this matter under advisement. Have a great day. Thank you very much. All right, I would like to recall case number let's go into executive session. Let's go off the record. Let's go off the record for a couple of minutes, and I'll ask the board members to return to executive session. So we're off the record. We're off the record. We're not adjourned. We're going to come back on, but I will ask the board to go to executive session, and then we will come back and officially close the record. Okay? All right. We're back in the record. All right, we're back in the record. I would like to recall case number 22-251-00018, Moy Moy Restaurant License Number 120466. Ms. Foshbon, can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case, please?
Please stand by. Antoine Williams, your rights have been elevated. Richard Bianco, your rights have been elevated. That is all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. We had previously we had a hearing. The parties had presented an offer in compromise earlier this afternoon in this case, and the board voted 6-0 to reject the offer in compromise. It appears that the parties have renegotiated and they have another offer in compromise that they want to provide to the board for the board's consideration. Is that correct, Mr. Williams?
That's correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Can you clarify for the record what the offer in compromise is, please?
Sure. The offer in compromise is the same as previously discussed earlier this afternoon as far as the first 5 bullets. So security plan remained the same.
Mr. Williams, in order to, someone has to read the offer in compromise in the record.
Okay.
And so if you don't do it, then I have to do it. So I need you then to, for the transcript, to read what the offer in compromise is, sir. Okay.
All right. Trying to cut down some time here in the fine evening, but I'll read the offer in compromise in its entirety, bullets 1 through 10. All right. So first is the security plan. Before the board lifts the suspension, the respondent shall submit a security plan to ABRA regarding the security for any applicable event. For purpose of this OIC and the security plan, an applicable event shall be a private event scheduled on the premises where alcoholic beverages will be available for sale. The respondent has engaged in an outside promoter. B, the respondent is selling tickets to the event or charging a cover charge. And or C, the respondent is offering live entertainment with a dance floor. The security plan must be reviewed and accepted by the board before lifting the suspension of the establishment's alcohol beverage license. The security plan shall comply with the applicable laws and regulations, including but not limited to Title 25 of the DC Code, and specifically DC Code 25-113, 402, 403, and shall be incorporated into the matters below. Regarding security personnel, bullet number 2, on any night that the establishment has scheduled an applicable event, respondent shall maintain at a minimum 1 private security person from the time of the event begins until closing. The security plan shall detail the minimum number of security personnel on duty at each event and shall, as well as their specific duties. The security plan shall also detail personnel placement in the establishment and explain the rationale for said placement. Number 3, weapons abatement screenings. Respondent shall not allow patrons or employees or anyone else to bring weapons into the establishment. Security personnel for an applicable event will screen patrons with physical searches, also known as pat-downs, with subsequent magnometer, wand, or other similar wanding device designed to detect weapons being supplemental as necessary. All security personnel must be trained and able to perform the weapons abatement screenings. Respondent must have security personnel on site in accordance with paragraph 2. The security personnel must check all patrons who enter the establishment regardless of if it is the patron's initial entry or upon re-entry. Number 4, confiscation of weapons. Respondent shall document in an incident log the type and number of weapons and the date when any weapons are recovered. Respondent shall surrender confiscated weapons to the Metropolitan Police Department, and respondent shall document the date and time of the consultation with MPD and include the MPD officer's name and badge number. Number 5, recording incidents. Respondents shall maintain a log to record incidents of violence or injury at the establishment during an applicable event. The log shall include, when possible, the names and contact information of victims, witnesses, and assailants involved. Respondents shall maintain the incident log on a standard form, including names of staff involved and signed by the establishment supervising authority. Incidents shall be recorded when possible within 24 hours. The incident log shall not be discarded for at least 5 years from the date of the occurrence and shall be made available to MPD or ABRA investigators upon request. Immediately after a violent incident occurs, the respondent shall report the incident to MPD and preserve the crime scene or scene of violent incident. All respondent staff will cooperate with MPD and ABRA. Members of the contracted security team will be instructed to remain after a crime or violent incident until they have been interviewed by MPD or ABRA. Number 6, security cameras. The respondent shall maintain in good working order at all times security cameras that entirely cover all areas inside the premises to include the front of the property and the rear of the property. No camera will be blocked by a curtain, door, pillar, or other barrier. Cameras will have a 45-day backup to recover video. Video will be available 48 hours within 48 hours upon a request from ABRA or MPD. The security camera system will be operational at all times. If at any time a camera or other part of the system is inoperable or is taken offline for purposes of upgrading, the respondent will notify the board in writing within 10 calendar days of learning that one or more of the security cameras is not operational. Bullet point number 7, assessment of security cameras. Prior to the lifting of the suspension of the establishment's alcoholic beverage liquor license, an ABRA investigator shall conduct a walkthrough of the licensed premises with the respondent to evaluate the location and number of security cameras. The assessment shall also include the identification of any blind spots to ensure that they are adequately covered by the camera system. Number 8, security plan training. Prior to lifting the suspension of the establishment's liquor license, all security personnel and all staff shall be trained on the security plan requirements, including weapons abatement, screening of patrons, wanting patrons, and preserving a crime scene. Respondents shall schedule the training at a time and a representative from ABRA can be present. Number 9, preserving a crime scene. In the event that a crime takes place within the establishment, personnel should make best efforts to keep the crime scene clear of patrons and/or pedestrians until MPD arrives to cordon off the area. Lastly, number 10, show cause. This matter will be referred to the Office of the Attorney General for show cause review. Those are the terms of the OIC, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Any questions by any board members of the offering compromise?
Mr. Chair, I just have
Yes.
one,
Mr.
just like Mr. Williams to know this one thing that I have on my mind.
Yeah,
And
I'm sorry.
that-
Yes,
Okay.
I'm recognizing Mr. Short. Go ahead. Yes.
Thank you. When you finish, can I start now?
No, but I'm recognizing you so you can speak. Yes.
Mr. Williams, what I have been brought to my attention on my third term here as a board member is that some of these places that use promoters, the same promoters are always on location where the guns and the shootings take place. Is there any way possible, for the record, we can find out who the promoter was that night, and if that promoter played any role in the shootings, and has that promoter been involved in any other shootings at nightclubs or restaurants or bars or taverns in this city?
Mr. Short, I think Attorney Bianco would be better in a place to do that. The actual name of the promoter was not in the investigative report submitted by ABRA, so perhaps Mr. Bianco can illuminate that.
Yes.
I sure wish you would. You can make that request for me. I'd appreciate it.
Sure. Thank you for your question, Mr. Short. I appreciate it. On the night of this occurrence, there was no promoter. The language in the settlement agreement that speaks about promoters is to address frequent concerns that the board raises about promoted events. So we wanted to anticipate what concerns might come up and address those before they came up. So this was not a promoted event that occurred.
I just wanted that information. I want that on the record. Thank you.
Other questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman, may I make a
Yes, Mr.
statement?
Grandis.
Thank you. I want to thank the parties for working together to bring this back to us. I would hope both parties understand that one of my biggest concerns is that all cameras be working. I truly believe that often cameras can actually protect a licensee because I believe it shows what actually happens at an event. But without the camera working, it's who said what said. So I just want to encourage that when we look at this security agreement that they provide us, that they try to make sure the language is going to make sure all the cameras are working every night. Thank you.
Could I just ask everyone once, if you're not speaking, please put your phone on, I'm sorry, your line on mute, please, because we're having a feedback. Did you want to say something, Mr. Bianco? I don't know if you were trying to say something.
Yes, I was just going to respond to Mr. Grandis's comments. Again, thank you. I appreciate that. My client, I think, sees the wisdom in that and has actually, during the suspension, installed a brand new camera system to make sure that everything is operational at all times. I agree with you that more often than not, the evidence helps the licensee as opposed to the other way around. So yeah, definitely. And we're glad to have done that.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the board members? All right, Mr. Bianco, you have heard the recitation of the offer in compromise that was provided by Mr. Williams. Is this the offer in compromise that you have discussed with your client?
Yes, it is, and I'm fully authorized to consent to it, and I have signed off accordingly.
Is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to a hearing?
Yes, he has been so advised, and he understands.
And is your client aware that by accepting an offer in compromise that they're giving up their right to appeal this?
Yes, sir.
Appeal this matter. All right, thank you. With that said, I make a motion that the offer in compromise that was just read by the offer in compromise that has 10 paragraphs that was read in the record earlier by Mr. Williams be accepted. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. I will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, reluctantly, I do not agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Ms. Henson votes no. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I vote yes. So the offer in compromise is accepted 42 with Mr. Short and Mr. Short and Ms. Henson voting against it. Again, I want to thank the parties for working this matter out. The board takes this matter seriously, and I want to make sure that the licensee takes this matter seriously. And we do not want to see incidents like these occur within the city. And so I want to thank the parties for working this matter out and have a great day. Thank you very much. All right, then. Mr. Williams. And
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr. Chairperson.
All right, thank you. All right. All right, we're then at the end of our calendar, and we're also at the end of all our agenda items for the day. So I will adjourn this meeting, close this meeting, we'll adjourn for the day. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on July 12, 2022 for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified in the board's legal, licensing, and investigative agenda for July 12, 2022, as published in the DC Register on July 8, 2022. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. I will take a roll call vote on the motion before us now that it's been seconded. Mr. Short.
Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson. Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. As it appears that the motion has passed, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar on ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We are adjourned for the day. We'd like to thank everyone who participated in this hearing today, and they have a wonderful evening and holiday weekend. So we're now adjourned for the day, and I direct all board members to return to executive session for further development. Thank you very much. Have a great day.